I've only played 2 matches in my life, and they were 20 years ago, and there was nothing at stake. So there there wouldn't have been a strong like I've got to win this last game kind of feeling to it.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't have any experience with what that strategy really feels like. I've only got it from watching other people's matches, and normally in these 2 game matches in the World Cups where you don't really have time to try to win with black, it's always really clear in an only 2 game match.
Yeah, I mean, so in this position, to be honest, I've never studied this endgame in depth, David.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Sure.
primarily features in the games of elite players.
Yeah.
Almost nobody below their level plays into this line, so it's just known as like a weapon at the elite level for black to go into an end game that is maybe slightly worse and just make a draw. Like this is actually a favorite of Wesley So as black. So you can see
Mm-hmm.
David, like I had one game in this line last year. Can you, if you go back a couple of moves,
Oh,
I'll
cool.
show you what
All right.
happens. And
Yeah.
where white can at least get like something slightly more interesting than the queens off the board.
Without the queens off. Okay.
Right. So in this position, right, when the pawn was on e2, there is a line with bishop g5, right, and then e3, and that's at least more. Well, that's more interesting. That's what I chose against Anna Zatonsky at last year's U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Women's Championships. They play bishop e7, e3, knight c6, queen d3, and this kind of isolated queen pawn position, which at least it looks like there's going to be an interesting middle game. So that was
Mm-hmm.
my choice as white. I mean, I have to say,
Yeah.
David, it's like so not my style to trade queens like without even having a middle game that I just like I can't even stomach this e4 move and like I'm not even
I
even that
see.
interested in the evaluation. It's just like I don't want to play an end game like for move 7.
Okay.
Yeah,
But Humpy,
but
who's
Humpy's
playing white
okay
here
with
today,
it. Yeah.
she's probably okay with it, right? She's got a bit of a different style. This variation that you just showed us, I think this is transposing to a C3 Sicilian line with
Yes.
one extra tempo. Is that the
Yes.
idea?
Yeah, that is the
Yeah.
idea. Yeah.
Okay, so I can understand. I mean, it's probably not a dramatic advantage, but definitely a
Yeah.
playable game. Um, I actually find this E4 move excited, kind of interesting because according to Jesse, I really overvalue the king being in the center in a
Mm,
queenless middle game. So
mm.
to me, even though queens are off the board, there's still some interesting potential in this endgame to attack the king. And obviously, elite players have been playing this a lot, as you referenced. So I recently saw maybe 2 games at the U.S. Championships with this.
Mm-hmm.
Jeffrey Xiong and Sam Sevian
Yeah.
uh, played this, and at the time, this A3 move was kind of new to me. That was the first time I'd seen that. Previously, I'd seen this kind of move, going for the light squared bishop.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Right. Mm-hmm.
the trade on E6,
Yeah.
and then often to recover your pawn, you actually end up giving the dark squared bishop on F6 to recover your pawn, and you've got a little initiative on the light squares with the black king in the center. To me, it's fun and interesting, but at the super GM level, they don't seem to feel very threatened with black. Like they black's been drawing the games that I've seen, um, so maybe it's not as exciting to them with their knowledge as it is to me.
Yeah. So I just looked this up, David. And I do see this move A3 being played actually in my database. Okay, it's not 100% updated, but it's quite updated. The last game is by Magnus Carlsen playing white from July 20th. It was a rapid tournament in Zagreb, part of the Grand
Okay.
Chess Tour. And so he
Yeah, yeah.
did play this move A3 against Jan Nepomniachtchi. So yeah, this line is super popular. Knight BD7 also played by Jan as Anna played, and then Magnus took on E6 and then played G3 to try to get the pawn back this way.
Okay, from this angle, sure.
Rook C8, Bishop G2, Knight C5, and castles. So basically, white's not even getting the pawn back so easily.
Right. And
But
not keeping the bishop pair either. Black's knight is good enough that they could always liquidate
yeah,
here.
I don't know. I look at how that game went, and it was honestly quite boring.
Hmm.
White eventually played b4 to kick away the knight. The knight went to d3, and after castling,
Yeah.
and then there was like a white got the pawn back, but lost the bishop on c1. So that was how that game went. So after castles bishop
That's
d6, rook b1, bishop e5, bishop d6, rook b1, bishop e5, and then b4, knight d3, and all of those exchanges started to
mhm.
take place, and like most of the pieces came off the board after knight e4, knight c1. Knight c1,
Yeah.
actually, knight
If
c1.
Magnus weren't playing, I would say this looks really
Yeah.
safe. And I guess with Nepo as black, it was safe even against Magnus.
Yeah, so it seemed like he drew without any problems.
Hmm.
And if I can show you what else has been played, I mean, it's not been played only by Magnus, but you see, here's the really funny
Yeah.
thing, David. So I got 4 games from 2022 with this A3 move, and all of
Yeah.
them have been GMs, like 25.99 and above. So
Yeah.
when I was saying like this is a line really almost exclusively played by high level GMs, I really wasn't exaggerating. Like you rarely actually find any position with like, hey, this is only played 2600 GMs and above. Like you'll have a mix, right? Like some weaker
Yeah.
players, they might even be copying the GMs because it's being popularized by them. But this line
Right.
seems, not to be taken up by club level players.
All right. So, club level players, more of you need to adopt a Trade Queens first, play it technical style. We need some people copying the most boring GM lines as well, please.
I do see a rapid game, Pragnananda versus Giri, where Giri actually won his black. So I guess the white just had never really got that e4 pawn back um, until much later when he was already down a piece. So yeah, I don't know about this a3 move, like how impressive it is, David, that Humpy went
Yeah.
for.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. She has diverged from the Magnus game that you quoted for us with Bishop F4
Mm-hmm.
here. Um, Looking to get the A1 rook out sooner, perhaps. Um, and we're gonna try and check the other board that we have as well now, so we know what both openings are here. Um, so now folks can see both games here, and we've got an exchange Slav. It's looking like between Lei and Maria.
All right. So they
And
had that opening in the
in
first
their first
game. Can
game.
we go back a couple of moves, David, so we can talk about the differences?
Sure. Yeah. E3, bishop
Yeah,
G4. I think that's still following the other game, which I think went G4 here.
that's right. I think yeah, she went G4 and knight E5, right? She went after the bishop right away,
Hmm.
and she had a nice position from the opening.
Yeah.
And let's see, this time she went for queen B3.
Yeah.
Okay, so early surprise.
It's an
Queen
interesting
B6.
feature in matches, right? That like there's this whole
Yeah,
dynamic of who liked their position last time, who wants to change first, right? So in this case,
yeah,
Lei had a good position in the first game with white. She's up a point, and yet she's switching. So she's
yeah.
trying to keep putting more pressure on Maria, you would think, trying to keep her guessing and push for the maximum with white today,
I think that
rather than
makes
trying to draw
sense.
out the
I think that
match.
makes sense, David, because do you know that she could end the match today? I mean, if
Yeah,
white wins, the match is over, so why not?
yeah,
Um, well, I don't know how dangerous is this line. It's a pretty typical end game. Obviously, no. David, no, I would not play this as black either. I mean, going in
No.
for an end game, again, like black's chances to win this kind of position are minimal. So I guess today is more of like black plays defense and tries to pin everything on the last game tomorrow, where I guess we're definitely guaranteed to see excitement tomorrow, guys, because it's quite likely the Muzychuk sisters are going to be in an absolute must-win situation, so they're just going to go all out. But okay, we can see it. You never know. Unexpected things tend to happen in chess.
I think there's a pretty good chance we won't see Maria play tomorrow based on this opening in front of us right now.
Really? You're that pessimistic about it?
Yeah, I think this is a pretty pleasant position for white. She's looking to do a couple things right here. One is sideline the bishop on h5 by playing knight e5 next. After whichever, whether this knight goes to d7 or c6, she's going knight e5, and the bishop on h5 is, she's going to try and keep it out of the game. She's got the double isolated pawns blockaded because she's got good control over b5. So she'll play like a3 to den the rook on a8.
Yeah.
And those pawns will be a little bit weak.
Well, let's try, David. Let's try playing a few moves, right?
Sure.
So which knight should move? This is already a question. I mean, I guess knight c6 I don't like maybe as much, but maybe it's possible to. Okay, let's go knight c6. Let's just do it.
Okay. Knight c6. We know white's going to play knight e5 against either move. Black's going to have to defend their pawn with rook c8, I imagine.
Yeah.
I'm kind of nervous about the bishop and wanting to spend a tempo on bishop d2.
Yeah, knight c3 you might want to do if you also, I mean, just to, I think in general, the knight wants to go there. Yeah, and e6. Now my knight can't move because d5 is hanging, so e6, yeah. And now, David, the question is, do you want to stop bishop b4? I mean, a3 is always interesting to stop, but I don't know how much of a big deal it is. Okay, you can also do it immediately. Bishop d6. Yeah. And so my idea is knight fd7.
Yeah.
I want to challenge you. Now, why is this position so bad?
Well, I mean, knight a4, you always have to cover this. It looks like the king will have to defend from c7. I might even have like an e4 move with bishop f4 coming at that point.
E4, huh? Yeah, it's a double-edged move, e4. E4 pawn takes and like d5. But yeah, that's double-edged. That's not so clear.
Yeah, maybe I'd start with rook c1. But I mean, to me, it's like teetering on holding together, right? Like I don't.
Oh, that might be. Yeah, that could be a problem. That
I don't think
the
I would
b6
necessarily
pawn.
Go for this immediately, but
yeah.
You can
okay, here it's not so here it's not a big deal because of bishop d6, but yeah, in general, I get your idea.
Yeah, like black's holding it together, but it's like I've got my eye on that, and that's already making me wonder, do I play concretely with knight a4 or do I play rook c1 first?
Yeah.
Kind of gearing up.
Okay, let's discuss that. Condescending tones by the commentators regarding the moves being played. No, I wouldn't call this condescending. This is called disagreeing with the match strategy, guys. That's kind of like, what we do as players. Now, don't you want to hear any opinions that we have? I mean, that's what we're here to do, to share our experiences as chess players, because it's actually quite, well, it's very individual how people approach these situations. Like, I understand what I'm seeing, but I can also disagree with it. And I mean, I think it would be sad, for example, to either, have the match end on this game, or for some, or maybe just, not to be able to win your final game with white on demand and have the match end that way. And then you will really rethink. You're like, well, should I have gone for such a strategy with black, because obviously there's other strategies available. So yeah, I mean, I think and also there's a range, David, like you can play solid, but not necessarily arriving at an end game on, within 10 moves. Don't you agree?
Yeah, sure. There's all kinds of options. Maria stuck to her guns as far as opening choices, going with the Slav. And I mean, I think what we're seeing here is good prep from Ting Jie at this point, right? Because she managed to dodge Maria's prep, whatever it was. She must have, strengthened the opening that she brought in the first game, right? And
Yeah.
so Tingjie managed to dodge whatever prep Maria had. We can see Maria thinking more than 10 minutes on this move here between knight d7 and knight c6. So obviously she's feeling a little bit uncomfortable and is not in her prep.
Yeah.
And this means White's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on her. It's so far, to my mind, it's showing really good preparation from Tingjie.
Yeah, I agree, and I do like this approach from Lei because I believe that you should be ambitious, and definitely not leave things to that last moment, that last game, right? I mean, hoping to make a draw. So she's white, and that means by definition that you should be ambitious, and I like that. Yeah, for sure. Well, let me tell you guys about the challenges. When you're preparing for a match like this, you probably are spending like a month or more for these players working out your openings, right? So obviously, she's really put in a lot of time into her Slav defense. And when you do that and you kind of have this bad result in the first game and you got this short time to catch up, it is hard to make adjustments. Like there's no doubt that like she probably doesn't have like a second opening that she's worked on for a must-win situation. That's my guess, yeah. So then to ask her to like go and switch and play, something totally different, it's not simple. And then you can also say in hindsight, okay, well, Maria, you played the Benoni, which you didn't prepare and you didn't know as well, and it just completely backfired and you lost in like 25 moves. I guess that was a bad idea. So there's always this
Right.
kind of second guessing, right? That's why it's really, there's no like one answer to how to handle the situation. And it's like every player makes their own choice.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it may also, like, as far as every player makes their own choice, there may be some players who come to this with a different opening. Uh, like if it comes to game 4 and I'm black, I have some other opening ready. And there are some people who really stick to their guns, and some people who will come to this match and play exactly the opening they've been playing in tournaments for 2 years, and they've just prepped it really well. And other people who will come to the match and say, you expect me to be a Slav player, but I've gotten the Queen's Gambit ready for 2 months, Orthodox or something like that. And I'm playing a new opening just for my match with you. So, I mean, as many players as there are, that's how many approaches there could be.
Yeah. Like I'll give you, let's say my own recent experience, right? Like when I was playing this tiebreak match against Jennifer Yu, the first game, I was black. And okay, I chose an aggressive opening, d4, knight of 6, c4, c5, d5, e5. And well, in my opinion, that's aggressive and that's kind of out of my usual, my usual repertoire. And, that worked out well from I think an opening point of view. But anyway, I wound up losing that game at the end. And then you're in a must-win situation with white. But the thing is, with white, I had prepared the exchange Slav. Like that was just my idea of like what I'm going to do. Now, for me, the exchange Slav, like I think we've talked about this, David, is actually a way to try to win as white. So that was, of course, there's always a risk that when you play a rather narrow opening like the exchange Slav, and you don't win, then you can always second guess yourself and be like, okay, maybe I should have played something more open-ended, like more aggressive with more life in the position, right? But I wasn't, even knowing that, I was just like, yeah, even though I'm in a must-win situation, this is like what I prepared. I'm just going to do it, And I don't know, maybe I should have made that switch. I didn't. And I didn't get anything out of the opening, which I certainly wasn't happy about. But okay, I managed to win that game anyway. And in game 3, when she chose the black pieces for the Armageddon and I was white and I needed to win, well, I wasn't going back to that exchange Slav. I was just like, I could have probably, but I was just like, no, that really just didn't work out well. Let's go and do something totally different. So I went for the ready. So I don't know, that was my approach. But yeah, I could feel that, like, I mean, I felt like maybe exchange Slav would be great, like for a first game where you're white and you haven't yet lost a game. I didn't think it was quite ideal after I'd already lost as black, but I wasn't able to come up with anything better on the spot.
Right. Yeah. So that also points out, like, you may have like an ideal plan and then you're in a match and you reach a match situation that you didn't specifically expect that one situation, and you may or may not have the ideal opening for that situation. You're like, I want 20% risk, or I want 70% risk, or I want this much complication, and you can't always just turn the dial to whatever you want.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, guys, I understand the players, and I know it is
Good.
hard to change your match strategy in the heat of the match. But sometimes that is called for as well. So we'll see how this strategy works out for the Muzychuk sisters. But at the moment, I can just tell you, for example, that, I mean, it's not even the objective evaluation on the board. I see that this end game, the computer bar favors white, but it's also just not really Maria's style, and it doesn't play to her strengths because she is, a tactical player. Both of the Muzychuk sisters are. They've got like this aggressive style, and so I think just psychologically, like, if you put Humpy in this end game, like, she'll be all right. She'll be, okay. It's maybe, I don't know if it's the most exciting thing for her either, but it will probably won't bother her so much. But I just feel like Maria, when you have that style and you're put in this position, it must feel a little bit like suffering.
Yeah, do you feel like there is a pretty strong clash of styles in these two matchups? Because I mean, just at the surface level, we can see that Lei and Conero were both playing 1d4, and both Muzychuk sisters were playing 1e4. Lei and Humpy were both playing the Petrov defense against them, sort of a try to kill the game kind of style from black. So do you feel like there's really clearly like sort of two tactical sisters and then two more technical players?
Good question, David. Well, I definitely feel that there is a clash of opposites in the match between Humpy and Anna Muzychuk. And maybe Lei and Maria are closer in style. So just because Lei is a D4 player, it doesn't mean she's like this kind of, more quieter positional player necessarily. I think the Chinese player is always like very tactical. So I don't think her style with Maria is super different. But yeah, Chinese players also usually have very solid openings. I would say that's another thing. They often are D4 players and Nimzo Indian players for black. And I often think, like, with their style, why don't Chinese players play like, I don't know, King's Indian, Benoni's more? But they usually don't. They actually just go for solid openings no matter what their actual personal style is.
Okay.
Wenjun, she's one of the people who actually does have the King's Indian in her repertoire. But even like someone like Hao Yifan, right? Like such a great tactical player, but still, the Nimzo Indian is her biggest weapon. It just seems to be the standard in China.
Right. Yeah, I guess it's like, play really good moves and your tactical chances will come later. You don't have to, push really hard to try and get the game. Into a certain style.
Oh yeah, I think you guys taught me, isn't it? It's Hao Yifan. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's Ho.
I always forget. Okay. So let's get back to this fascinating endgame, David. So
I've actually got quite a surprise here to me. Knight c3, giving black this option for one move to offload the bishop.
Yeah.
So I clearly wrongly anticipated that Lei was trying to sort of sideline that bishop, leave it off to the side with knight e5. So what do you think? Is this a surprise to you?
A little bit. I mean, I know you can go for these structures, bishop f3, gf, play maybe even f4 later, clamp down. Well, we can take a look at it. Go ahead. Let's take a look at bishop f3. That's certainly a logical move, in e6, right? And generally, okay, most of black's pawns are quite well positioned for the bishop they have, opposite colored to the bishop. So how is white going to be? David. Well, an additional idea here could be e4 because it's actually better supported, right? Even now, like even immediately, you can try pressuring that pawn just because your f3 pawn is ideally placed for that. And there's no way black's going to be taking now, because then you just get the center and just a beautiful endgame. So that just increases white's advantage.
Beautiful,
So
yeah.
black is going to experience some pressure on d5. Like, how do you hold that since you don't have knight f6?
Playing without the knight f6, yeah.
I guess bishop b4, right? Let's try that.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop b4, and now you pinned me. What to do? Should I castle? I think at some point you might just take my knight and play with 2 knights against 2 bishops, which doesn't look that terrible necessarily. But okay, let's say I castle, David.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, white's got quite a range of approaches to this position at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'd be nice if there were an obvious way to put more pressure on d5, but I guess you're trying to say, give me the second bishop or I will take d5.
So Tamagu just gave us a compliment, David. Do you see that?
Really?
Yeah. Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Oh, I don't know if they're talking about us or the players.
No, it's obviously about us, David. Why would you think anything different?
That's nice. They don't want to hear our opinions, but at least 2 pretty faces watching the games with them.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if black could just castle here and wait for you to take on d5 to offload the bishop, but I'm not confident of what happens, even here if white tries to just keep taking
Snatch
with that
a pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty good for white, doesn't it?
Okay. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. If that's the case, I don't love conceding the second bishop before you trade. I wanted you to pay with your structure a little bit for my second bishop.
Yeah. Well, okay, so first of all, do you notice she's really behind on the clock as well? So this is Lei's prep, clearly, and Maria's on her own in this endgame. It is very bad psychologically, guys. I mean, not only you're a point behind in the match, but to be caught in someone's preparation and also feel like your opponent doesn't want to just draw you, but wants to beat you and finish the match here. That's why I like Lei's approach a lot more. Usually it does pay to be aggressive and put the pressure on your opponent.
I could definitely feel your own aggression coming through in the commentary. You're like, if I were the person who's behind, I'd be trying to win to get back. If I were the person who's ahead, I'd be trying to win to end the match today.
That's right. Yeah, I think that's what I've come to with all my experience playing chess over the years, David. I feel like people should be going for the maximum and, so that they don't have the feeling at the end like, hey, I shouldn't have had that boring game. At least, go down in flames if that's what's meant to happen. Mm-hmm. What do you think, David?
I mean, I've always played very aggressively. It hasn't necessarily worked out for me.
Anita says, I want Irina to motivate me during my workouts. Yeah, I should become a Peloton instructor, right, guys?
Enough chess. Just
maybe I can motivate you during your chess workouts. I'll be like, no, don't agree to a draw here. You can still push.
Yeah. You're like, come on, Anita. You don't want 3 years from now to think that you didn't push the hardest you could have on this workout.
Right. Yeah. So, okay. Castles. This is us. Wait, the live board.
This is just us looking at stuff. The live board, she's still thinking about whether or not to
take the knight,
seize this moment to take the knight, or play e6 and defend the d5 pawn.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go back to the other Muzychuk sister. Let's see what's going on in that endgame.
Sure. So she's played one move.
Wow. Oh, we just got an answer.
Rook c8.
A rook c8 by Anna. So she played bishop f4 instead of taking the bishop and going g3, right? Mm-hmm. And what does bishop f4 do? Okay, it develops the bishop, stops bishop d6. I guess maybe prepares queenside castling, although at the moment you're not going to want to castle a queenside because of bishop a3.
Yeah, let's just put that out there. Folks can see that it's not the best moment. to castle. Rook c8, maybe partly played to prevent that, right? As far as what move order black just chose.
Yeah, can you show why? Because the small little tactic.
I think I just did.
Oh, you just did. Yeah, bishop a3. Okay. So what does white do here? If you're not going to castle long, I suppose if you go rook d1, you might land into the same tactic, so perhaps not. Well, maybe we just take and play g3. What do you think? Just like
take on e6 now.
Yeah, just like Carlsen demonstrated. I mean, the idea of the knight being there is to take, unless you take on e4, but no, I don't think so. I really think you should take the bishop. It's a good bishop on e6.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm a bishop lover. There's no way I'm taking a pawn when I could take a bishop instead.
Yeah, so knight takes e6.
Yeah. All right, let's do it. We'll do the delayed Magnus approach.
Yeah.
Now g3, since we don't have bishop c4.
Yeah.
And what do you think? Knight c5 from black is an option here, as well as simply developing these pieces. You could try.
Yeah, in the game that we saw, like we often saw that black bishop go to d6 and e5, right? So it's kind of, I see Humpy's point in trying to not to allow that move, but okay. But on knight c5, there's this d3 square, okay. Yeah. And now, David, we might actually be able to castle queenside if that has any point. I have no idea. King e8. You still can't really go bishop g2.
Maybe get our king off of
maybe get our king to b1.
File.
Yeah. Yeah.
And out of the way of all the knight's checks.
So Chesscom says,
bishop e7, king f7.
Wow, the bishop pair advantage is worth more than a whole pawn. Well, it's not just the bishop pair advantage, guys. It's actually that black's pawns are weak. When they get the bishop on e6 captured, is the quality of the pawns. It's not a real extra pawn, guys. Although you're right that a bishop pair advantage can be worth a pawn. It's certainly a very close material balance, right? Like we see that in chess quite a bit, like sacrifice a pawn to get the bishop pair. I love to do that. But in this case, you're also getting the weakened black pawn structure, and you're probably, and you want to get the pawn back and then just have a great position. That's the idea.
Yeah. White's concept in this line is sort of that, oh, maybe later I'll get my pawn back and I'll still have my bishop pair.
Exactly. So after king b1, like let's say bishop e7, I just want to see, David, at which point do we actually get this pawn back? So do we just go bishop
really
g2?
Seeing how we unseat these knights.
Yeah.
So like if we just play some normal moves like this and attack the pawn a bunch of times.
Yeah.
I mean, from black's perspective,
draw, right? Yeah.
It's just a draw if you have to give up the bishop to take it.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, like, at some point, if you get the pawn back, but you trade off one of your bishops, and black will still have an isolated pawn on e6, but it's just not going to be that big of a problem as all the pieces come off the board. So, the interesting thing, David, is from Humpy's perspective, I wouldn't have played into this line either, unless she has like amazing preparation, like unless she's really trying to win. That's the question. If she's trying to win like this, like Lei is, okay. But if she's more like, let me just choose something really solid, make a draw, and come back tomorrow with the Petrov again, I wouldn't really do that either. I mean, I would try to put more pressure on Anna, and I don't think Humpy has like some amazing prep. I mean, because, okay, she has a bit more time than Anna, but she's also definitely on her own right now.
Yeah, I think, sometimes people probably do have a strategy of being certain that they can draw out a match once they're ahead a point.
Yeah.
Playing carefully and solidly, relying on your opening prep with black to not get positions that are too difficult. But there's something to be said for trying to put some pressure on the opponent in your white games, because it's kind of sending a message to your opponent that you're very confident, right? It's not like, oh, I'm afraid I might lose with white. It's like, hey, every time I get white, I'm coming at you. And so it
Yeah.
just sort of tells the opponent that you think you're good. And if your opponent comes to believe that, then it
Yeah.
can hurt their confidence that they can beat you.
A show of confidence in chess is very important, David. I'll give you another example from one of my recent experiences. It was this year at the American Cup, and
Mm-hmm.
I was playing my second match against, I think, one of the more dangerous players. I definitely, think she is, well, uh, I don't know, underrated is one way of putting it.
Mm-hmm.
But she's definitely a dangerous opponent,
Yep.
Begim Tohirjonova. And I had already played her at the 2021 U.S. Women's Championship in our first game. And that was a game, like, I mean, I wasn't really that familiar with her as a player. It was her first U.S. Championship. And I actually barely made a draw with white, like somewhere I messed up and just has to play for survival. And then I was playing her in the match. It was a 2-game match. And then the first game was white. We had like an interesting game, where I thought like, she was doing pretty well. Then I was doing pretty well. And ultimately I wound up in a position with an exchange up for like a bishop and pawn. And then I got very low on time. And I thought my advantage would be bigger than it was. And I just couldn't find it at the board. And I was like, okay, it's just time to end the game. Like, I know I'm not good when there's like seconds on the clock and I don't see how to win this position. So I don't want to just like let it get random. And I started to repeat the position and I just thought, well, I thought I was kind of in the position of strength. Like, I certainly didn't feel like I was worse. And when
Mm-hmm.
she declined the repetition, I mean, I was really surprised. I was really surprised
Yeah.
because I just didn't think her position allowed her. But I mean, she was right in the sense that it was possible for her to play on, as it turns out. Later on, I checked with the computer.
Mm-hmm.
And she played on and she nearly beat me. I was very lucky to escape with a draw. So I
Yeah.
thought, first of all, from her, that was a great move, a real display of confidence, right? Like that I wasn't expecting. I don't think everyone would have like declined a draw against me in that tournament from that position. But when I played her against her as black, right? So like basically for me, it was like it was a statement. Like, I got your point. You are very confident. You don't have any problems like playing any position against me. So I understood that, for what it was, right? But the next day when I played against her as black, right? So some people might think, sure, like in a match, drawing with black is not bad, but of course it's nothing. It's like you draw with black, you're going to have to play, random tiebreak games that same day where anything can
Mm-hmm.
happen. So I basically made, there were a few things in the openings, a few decisions I made that like literally was just like, advertising to my opponent, like I am trying to win this game, like right out of the opening with the black pieces. Like, there's no mistake about it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was important psychologically. And I think that was actually the reason that I managed to win this game, that I kind of like, I understood the psychological profile of my opponent and I just put it back at her in the same way,
Right.
to
Yeah. It's a
take
little
her
bit
out
of
of
like
that
a
comfort
fight.
zone
It's a little
so
bit of
that
a
she would
fight or a
not,
competition of
sorry?
who has that
Yeah.
confidence, right?
Yeah, that it would be just basically like a reminder, you're not the only confident person in this match. Like,
Right.
I'm not going to play for a draw just because I'm black. And
Mm-hmm.
that was important, And so, I've learned so many lessons over the years, David, like being in these situations. And, yeah, I think you understand things with time.
Yeah. Speaking of time, from what I can see, Maria Muzychuk is still thinking um, on this decision against uh, Lei, and to me, this is a lot of time she's spending this early in the game. That looks like low confidence and maybe a concern.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I said. First of all, this is just not her type of position at all. Right. Although I have to say that when I played Maria a couple of, 4 years ago at the last round of the Olympiad, in a Sicilian Taimanov, she'd actually played a line against me that went straight into an endgame that I hadn't seen. But now it's kind of like a popular enough line. And I was, surprised then, but okay, that end game was a lot more exciting for white, and she was obviously prepared. Like she had, she was the prepared one, not me. And in
Yeah.
this position, it's quite the opposite.
Yeah. Would you have any concerns with the time usage here? Do you think it's justified, or is it a concern?
Yeah, I think it's all right because, first of all, you're already in the end game, right? So if you say like, "Hey, I have an hour or 56 minutes for this end game," and with the increment, is that enough? I think that's fine. She obviously wants to make sure she doesn't fall under more pressure here,
Mm-hmm.
and she has to make a pretty fundamental decision. Although I'm sure I guess she'll probably wind up playing e6 because Lei could have played knight e5 already, and she chose not to.
Right.
So e6 is kind of like a part of Black's plans, whether White plays knight e5 or knight c3, right? So it can't really be a bad move, just logically speaking. But bishop f3 could be leading to like new kinds of problems, right? So I don't know. Let's try e6 again. Let's actually make some moves. Maybe Humpy expected
Yeah.
bishop b3. Carson is giving us some info. That rook c8 might have been a new move. Okay. Okay, so e6, knight e5, right, David? Or g4. What do you want to do?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'd probably play 95 if it were me playing. Certainly the first move I would think about.
Oh, right. So by the way, so she actually blocked the check with knight fd7, right? She didn't go knight
Yeah.
c6 like we were thinking.
Right.
Okay. So bishop hmm. Bishop d6. Go ahead. Yeah.
Yep.
And then maybe you'll one day play, I don't know, f4 g4 or e4 here, David. What about e4? Is that crazy?
E4,
No,
letting the
I mean it's
pieces
just an
out.
idea. It's probably not right. Nah.
It's pretty interesting. You could also trade once on d7, and then play e4. You could let black take on e5. There's so many different structures or trades possible here. It's hard to evaluate all of them quickly.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I'll say what I don't think looks that amazing. F4
f4.
doesn't look that amazing to me.
Because they can
I
just go like f6, I guess.
Yeah, I think they can just go f6, and I'm not super impressed
Well,
with what
the
f4 gives
computer
black.
bar loves it either way, which is just
Mm-hmm.
interesting. You know
Yeah,
what I can do here, David? Oh, I don't know.
yeah.
What if I take on d7 and go f5? Is that like crazy? It might, I don't know. It might not be very powerful because of bishop f7. Yeah, there's
Trying to
bishop
crack
f7
this,
here.
so black will try to
Yeah, so
hold
it's
it
not
together.
not too big of a deal. Well, but getting like that half an hour, more than half an hour advantage on the clock, I think it must be feel psychologically good for Lei. One thing I've realized, David, is when you get a big edge on the clock, you start to
Mm-hmm.
feel like you're doing really well, even
Yeah.
though you might not necessarily be doing really well on the board yet. Like on the board, it might just be normal, but you start to
Uh-huh.
feel like, oh, I must be like, I don't know, close to winning now. Do you have that feeling, David?
Oh yeah. I think almost everybody does. It's like,
Yeah.
I think it's almost like if you can't figure out how to make a big advantage on the board, then you just sort of like fall back on that to feel good, right? It's like, oh, but at least I put the opponent under pressure, or they don't know what to do about this or that, or maybe my position's stronger than I think.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess, but for me, it's like, it's not even like that you're kind of aware that your position isn't that good, but it makes your position look even better than what it
Hmm.
is, I guess is my feeling. Like you might already be feeling pretty good about your position, but with a time advantage, like you're feeling like, oh, I'm like close to winning, right? And you
Hmm.
get super optimistic. And I think that's something I've learned. Like you have to be a little. I remind myself actually that like when I get this huge time edge, it's not that I'm like winning on the board. Like you're not, maybe their position is still totally fine. Don't assume that you're actually already objectively winning the game, because I really have seen that in myself a couple of times. Like I'm starting to feel like I'm just winning. Like nothing has happened yet on the board and I'm already like, oh, I'm close to winning here.
I'm inclined to just castle for white after this bishop d6 move.
Oh, so she did play a move.
No.
Oh no,
no,
she's still thinking.
She's still thinking.
Bishop d6 is just our
We're just having a look at e6, knight e5
analysis. Okay, so castles. All right. So king
I don't want to take a
king
responsibility.
Let's get out of the pin, David.
Okay. And now I will. I don't want to bring out that knight on b8, do I?
Yeah, but you don't really want to retreat either.
And I don't want to retreat either.
So why, right. I mean, I got to be honest, like, I don't know why it gives such a big advantage.
I've got an exciting idea now. F4, F6,
yeah.
E4. I'll retreat nothing.
Wow.
This is my first fun idea of the day.
Yeah, it really is, David. We've had to wait a long time for this.
Yeah, sorry about it. I didn't trade the queens, but
no, that is a really nice idea, to just leave the knight hanging there. And if they take you, we take with the F pawn and try to go like bishop G5. And I can totally believe
but
that
I also
white
have
is
this
doing
idea
great.
Here. The only square for that bishop there on B4, if I play ED5, this position's like dead for black, right? Because they can't allow knight D5. If they take on C3, you throw in D6, and these pawns will, I mean, black's not coming out.
Yeah, wow.
Too much of a structure.
I wonder if Lei has ideas like that in mind, because it would, like, if you're studying this line as white, it would certainly be very helpful to like actually have such a setup in mind. It would be an important part of preparing, is to have ideas like that.
Yeah, have a couple moves up your sleeve.
Okay.
I mean,
there you go. So she went for the bishop for knight trade. So we're not going to see this one.
Okay.
And E6, yeah. So she goes for the trade and plays E6. So let's put that on the board, David. Yeah.
All right. I was just going to let the board try and find it on its own.
Oh,
okay. But okay, we've got it as a variation from me for the moment.
Right. So the question is, are we right that E4 is really the whole concept here for white? I think it is, right? So so E4, let's try that again. I mean, I'm very like, yeah, that's the move I'm predicting for white.
Yeah.
Because I just feel
like the big
like
thing to look for, the big thing to look for right here, I think, Irina, is how quickly does Ting Jie play it, right?
Yeah.
If she thinks less than 2 or 3 minutes, then it might still be within her prep. Will be like Maria right now. I think I can predict. Maria right now in her head, she's like, please be thinking. Please be thinking.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Or sometimes if you're thinking, it means you're out of your prep because Maria has made like not a good move, right?
Yeah.
And then the reason it could be not a good move is because of this obvious E4 idea. So let's try E4. Let's try it. Because David, if we let black play knight C6, let's just go knight C6, bishop D6, king E7. Like, I don't see why black's position should be so bad in this endgame. So E4.
Yeah. And by the way, this is like a cool thing with having the cameras. She's out of prep. I could see it.
Oh, you can see on her.
Yeah, she just adjusted her jacket and like switched her thinking pose from, before I was like, oh, she's really paying. She never got up. She was really paying attention while Maria was thinking for half an hour, right? But now she did the sort of like settling in, like I'm at work. So.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so she does look really focused. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so give me a line. So E4, you're saying knight C6.
Yeah, E4, knight C6. Okay, well, first of all, if I take on D5, you take on D4. I don't know. That's just, it's a mess. I take on E6. But all my pawns are a mess. I don't know. Okay, I'll take on E6, yeah? But maybe even F takes E6, and it's like, you got just too many threats. I think you're threatening a lot of things in my position. So this is probably not how I want to play as white. Let's go
I like
back a
that.
little
That's
bit.
calm. F takes e6. Good move.
Yeah, so I want to probably protect my pawn. So let's go bishop e3.
Yeah.
Just develop. So
yeah, that makes sense because you're trying to put pressure on d5. So from a certain sense, you know, solidify your thing and let
how about
black
just
deal
knight
with the real
f6,
question.
David? Like protect d5, because I don't think e5 is a problem. And pawn takes d5, I just don't really see it. You know, sometimes the computer bar will show a bigger edge than like a human being is really going to be able to understand, right? Because I mean, the human, it's like with human moves, maybe you don't have that much of an edge here, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Maybe
so you
so.
played rook c1, makes sense, David.
Yeah. I'm looking for something like bishop b4, a3, takes, and then, you know, maybe I take on c6. That's what I was dreaming. Although it doesn't even look that good.
Yeah,
Now
it
that I
doesn't
put it
even
on the
look
board.
like, I don't even know why this advantage is so big for white. I honestly don't even get it. Like, what?
Yeah.
Maybe it's pawn takes e4. That's why. Pawn takes e4, knight e4, and then rook c6.
Oh, yes. Now there's no knight e4.
Because you're trying to take the knight instead of the rook. And then yes, then white is better.
And of course, if white has time for f3, it's beautiful. Nice. Yeah. Okay, but that's just walking right into what I want from black. But okay, rook c1.
Yeah, but so what? Okay, like bishop b4, a3. Let's actually go into that line. Bishop
what do you want to play?
a3, bishop c3, okay. Rook c3, and king d7. So why is this so bad? You got two bishops. I got two knights. And computer seems to favor white, but why?
Okay. I poke.
Okay. So you poke.
I want to unseat that knight with bishop g5 if black plays g6.
Yeah, that is rather annoying, isn't it? All right, let's go rook g8.
Solid, yeah.
Yeah. So the computer doesn't like black's position, but I still feel like it's within the range of playable.
Okay, she didn't play e4.
All right, so she just went for something else. Is bishop d2?
Absolutely, bishop d2.
Okay, wow, interesting.
Ooh, and got up from the board for the first time.
Yeah.
Earned herself a little walk.
So bishop d2, and all right, well, knight c6 is obvious. So that's, I mean, what Maria is going to do. So let's just put that on the board. Now, there is another plan here, David, which we haven't mentioned. And that plan involves, at some point, putting a knight on a4. You see, David? And that could be just an annoying setup. So you're basically holding the center like that. And I kind of wanted to talk about that alternative for white. And black is like, I mean, and then you just go king e2 and you double on the c file, and it seems pretty difficult for black. So Maria, she did play knight c6, right?
Yeah.
And now the question is, do you go knight a4 right away? I think you. I mean, or do they have like some sort of bishop b4? But I think you can. Yeah, go ahead. Knight a4 right now instead of a3.
But Irina, we're going to have to go, unfortunately, for a short break here.
Okay. That is very unfortunate. I get to take these headphones off for a few minutes. It's so sad.
So we'll be back in just a couple minutes, everybody, with more of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. Don't go anywhere, please.
Run for my life. Okay.
What's up, man?
Hey, just solving some puzzles.
Get my coffee.
Oh, shoot. Oh, shoot.
Which one is that? Is that our new one?
Yeah. I can't get this one, man. Oh, shoot. What's wrong with you, man? Oh, this is hard.
You sure you're feeling okay?
One. Got it. Oh, shoot.
This should take T1.
And welcome back, everybody, to Monte Carlo, where 4 of the strongest female chess players in the world are currently contesting the Candidates Tournament in a series of 4-game knockout matches. We are in the quarterfinals here, and you can see Humpy Kaneru and Lei Tingjie working at the boards there, while the Muzychuk sisters take a quick walk around, maybe grab a sip of water. I'm David Bruce, with me Grandmaster Irina Krush, and we're very happy to be watching these really high-level games here together with you today.
Yeah, and we had a message from Jeffrey Xiang. We really appreciate this piece of information, that the Kaneru Muzychuk game, which we can put up on the board, David, is actually following the infamous game Sevian versus Niemann from the U.S. Championship, which featured the infamous king decapitation scene at the end. So yeah, I was just taking a look at that game, and thanks to Jeffrey for pointing that out. That, I mean, I knew it was a similar line. I didn't realize it was like the exact same moves. And let me see where they are differing. So in that game, after bishop b3, bishop g2, knight h5, bishop e3, like we're still in that game.
We're still actually in that game. Yeah, I was now remembering this knight over here.
Yeah, we're still in that game completely. Wow. So after rook c8, g3, bishop b3. I mean, bishop b3 is not it's not the only move. But I guess it makes sense that Black wanted to save the bishop from capture, and knight h5 allows Black to play f5 and basically hold on to that pawn. So it's interesting that they're following that game completely, and yet they obviously are both spending a lot of time, which means that they either that they don't have any special analysis there, and maybe they're either just figuring things out or vaguely recalling the Sevian Niemann game. Well, that's why, guys, we should all follow the U.S. Championships very carefully when we're preparing for our tournaments.
I mean, there's so much to keep track of nowadays if you want to be a professional player, right? There's great games being played all over the place.
Yeah. Did I say? Yeah. Isn't this Han's game, says Mr. Dumbman? Isn't that what I said? Sevian versus Niemann? Is that not?
That is what you said.
That's what I said. Okay, good. Yeah, Hans Niemann.
Wanted it triple confirmed.
Okay, so right now Black is definitely going to go f5 and support that pawn. Yeah, I want, sometimes the way preparation goes is that you vaguely remember something, like you don't really have any analysis on it, but you're like, oh yeah, that happened. And so in that game, and well, you still have to think over the board, because if you don't really specially analyze it, you don't know if the players played well or not so well. And sometimes you don't remember the exact move order. So that's why you're spending a lot of time, even when you have some sort of vague, a vague idea of what you're following, right?
Yeah, it can be very dangerous to plow forward without being really, really on top of what you are actually following. I think I've only I think once in my life I was following a great Kasparov game that was, one of the games I'd learned how to play chess from, and I was following it and I just lost the game. My opponent played better than Kasparov's opponent had, because opening theory had advanced, and I just lost terribly. So you definitely want to be on top of whatever you're trying to copy.
All right, I want to show you a little line that I've been looking at. Okay, I have some friends I have some help from my friends, the computer, for this line, David.
Okay.
But in the Sevian Niemann game, it goes like this, like f5. And we're basically going down a very forcing path. It just seems like this is all like the computer line goes with g4. So you're breaking apart the pawn structure, and f4. So now, white can take on h5, but that's just not very good. So it goes bishop d4, keeping the bishop, f3, pawn takes h5, pawn takes g2, rook g1. And so this is actually the first big choice of the game for black. This is where Niemann played knight f6, where I think, I mean, it's fine. Basically, it's not like a bad move. So we might see that. It was actually pretty decent for him. Like nothing was really happening. But here's like one funny line. And I actually think it's kind of harder to see than what Niemann did. But here it goes. Knight c5. Knight c5, rook takes g2. h6. Okay, knight takes e4. That's trade on e4. And now it looks like white has some pressure, right? I mean, just visually, well, you've got some pressure on g7. You got some centralization. I guess, I mean, even bishop d5, f3 still is like a move, right? So here the computer has this idea of rook c4. So it's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And that move is important for black. Yeah, very important that white cannot castle or play rook d1. And now I was just taken aback, David. Taken aback by white's, the computer's proposed choice here. Bishop f6. Now I'm just going to let you ponder that move and try to figure out what the point of it is.
Oh, okay. Knight d2.
Yeah, knight d2. Very good, David.
Messing up the pawn structure for black slightly, and then knight d2. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
that's a surprising move.
But
even that's only going to keep the balance, right? Black's
it's only keeping the balance. It's not like it's better for white. Yeah.
Yeah. Because basically white's only real advantage here is the pressure on g7. That's sort of the main thing. I mean, I know you said white's pieces are centralized, but black's got bishops. They're good anywhere. They don't even need to be centralized. So the pressure on g7 is kind of the one thing white has. And here with rook c4, it looks like you sort of diffuse it and simplify out towards a draw.
So
okay. F5 and g4 have been played. So they're going into like these extremely sharp lines.
Yeah.
But neither of them probably has it memorized based on the time off the clock.
Right.
So they're
it definitely feels like they're figuring things out.
Yeah.
It definitely feels like they didn't closely analyze the Sevian Niemann game. But on the other hand, it'll take them some time. But of course, in these positions, things like there's going to be trades of pieces. And well, I mean, their game went on for a long time. I cannot say that the Sevian game was a short draw. They played for 78 moves, and eventually Niemann actually won.
Yep.
So with the black pieces, so anything can still happen. Yeah, and he got a better position kind of quickly. He won the exchange. I guess, how about I show you that game, David? I mean, just so we have an idea of what can happen. So Niemann played knight f6 in that. Right. When we go down a few moves after bishop d4, f3, rook g1, pawn h5, pawn g2. Yeah, so in this position where black is a big choice, where I do expect black to be, thinking, he played knight f6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, very logical move, I would say. Attacking h5, defending e4 a little bit. So after knight f6, I guess one thing that can happen is h6. It didn't happen in the game, but I'm sure.
But this is the move I was really thinking about.
Yeah, and here apparently the move is rook g8.
Yep.
Rook g8 as the best option for black. And after pawn takes, bishop takes, and no big problem for black. So h6, of course, is the critical move, but I guess this is why Sevian didn't go for it. So he went for rook takes g2. And now Niemann goes bishop c5. So he offers a trade of these bishops. Okay, white's not up a pawn anymore. I guess we should point that out. But white's pawn structure is a bit of a mess, right? With those double
I think white maybe played like a surprising rook d1 here.
Yeah, he played rook d1. Oh, you're right. Yeah, rook d1. Yeah. Exactly, David. And that move wound up being like not so good. And
Yeah.
Standard
I
moves
think
here. Yeah.
I think Hans said he was surprised by it. Like he was like, "Oh, wait, oops."
Yeah. Well,
But
that's
then
not
he
an
dealt with
it's
it.
not an obvious move at all. It's like very, I mean, it's actually one of the most shocking things you can do is just put like a piece under attack. And
Yeah.
after bishop takes d1,
But it looks challenging. You're getting some mileage out of rook a1 and you've got the rest of your stuff coming in.
yeah, well, knight e6, king e7. So basically it just didn't work out very well after king e7, knight c5, and then Hans played bishop g4, but apparently even bishop takes h5 is possible in this position, giving, yeah, exactly, rook g7, bishop f7. And well, black is up the exchange, right? And like nothing too terrible happening to black.
Yeah. It's an attempted brilliancy.
So, but rook d1, I doubt that Humpy will be going for that. That's more of a move that Anna Muzychuk could play than Humpy. That's just my thinking. I mean, rook d1 is even like a pretty difficult move just to even think of, right?
Yeah, it's too bad that it's not a little bit stronger, right? Because
yeah,
it's sort of brilliant, but just not quite there.
Yeah, and so one possible line that is like more normal instead of rook d1 is bishop takes f6, pawn takes f6, and knight e4.
Yeah.
So white is up a pawn here. Rook e8 was the computer's idea. Like rook e8, king f1, and rook c6, and like hold this position.
Yeah, the extra pawn's not dramatic just yet.
Yeah, so black has two bishops for the two knights. I mean, white's pawn is not the best quality. And if you take one of the bishops, then you actually help the rook attack like that pawn. So
yeah.
And also I think one important factor is that you don't have rook d1, so it's pretty difficult for you to activate your rook. Which, yeah, this is what makes black be doing fine here.
Yeah, I wish I could trade that bishop without activating your black's rook. Because then I think you could try to torture the single bishop with the single knight. I know it's just a doubled pawn, but you could try to do something. Torture them on the king side.
And I will tell you something interesting, rook. David. I just tried a move that seemed natural to me, like rook e1 here, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, we talked about getting the rook into the game, so here we go. Imagine the black is already, even better, like after bishop c4, king g1, bishop f8, and then black decides to keep the bishop pair. And the computer is evaluating this as, is favorable for black, which is, yeah, not surprising given that it's a completely open board. And yes, f5 is an idea coming up. It's not a winning threat yet because of rook d1, but it's certainly a big idea. So this is how black can maybe take over things. But I do think Humpy, I'll tell you something about her. Her style of play. I mean, Humpy understands when things are getting dangerous, right? She's got a good evaluation of the position, good sense of danger. And so she's not going to like just let black have the double bishops and be better in this end game. Like she will find somewhere where she can neutralize things. That's my prediction. Like when she realizes that she's not better, she will find that way out. That's generally, in the end, the most beautiful move of the game was played by Sam. Yeah, well, that move rook d1 was quite extraordinary.
Yeah.
Because you have to have a lot of creativity, I guess, to even think of it, don't you, David? Like,
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so is this on the board? f4 is on the board?
Yeah, f4 is on the board. So, I mean, it's a pretty complicated position. Oh, there comes her bishop.
So we're slowly making our way through that theory.
Yeah. Anna looks like she knows what she's going to play next.
Very natural by Anna. Yeah, so I mean, I wonder, like, at what level their knowledge it is. It is a good question. Like, obviously they know something, right? But they have taken actually a lot of time to get here. I would say half an hour is a lot of time for, if you've like seen the Sevian game before.
Yeah. Maybe they sort of reconstructed it in their heads. Like maybe they had some
Yeah.
knowledge, but not all of it. And so they had some idea what they were looking for, but they reconstructed it all. Because now, I mean, to play this fast, it's like,
Yeah.
it feels like, okay, now I've reached something that I was trying to.
Exactly, right? So yeah, they are playing this portion faster. So we're actually at the critical moment right now, guys. This is I don't think Anna will play that quickly here because she really does have a big choice after a sequence of forcing moves. And so basically she needs to choose between well, what moves? Between knight f6, knight c5. What other moves come to mind, David? I mean, you could play h6, but that basically just helps the knight take the pawn back, which doesn't really help black and actually leaves them with the same problem. So I do think that like trying to neutralize the bishop on d4 with knight f6, of course, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. I mean, from black's perspective, you kind of know what white wants to do next. You can work backwards from that to figure out what you want to do. White wants to play rook g2, knight g4.
Yeah.
And then
bishop g7 one day.
Yeah. You've got an issue with your bishop on f8.
Exactly. That's really it. I mean, that's the nice thing. That's like, you know exactly what your opponent's next two captures are going to be, and you got to then you're going to be down a pawn, and you still need to neutralize their remaining initiatives. So
yeah. So I wonder if like rook c4 might be another candidate move in that case.
Yeah. Or how about David? Well, I was thinking bishop c5. Like we can try it, but I think the problem is bishop takes g7 and rook g8 and h6, right? That's you basically anchoring the bishop in, and then there's the h7 pawn still hanging. Now there is this absolutely crazy move, David. Instead of rook h8 to g8, you could try something else. Do you want to guess what that is?
I'm guessing e3.
Right, very good. e3. And
you're so encouraging. You're so encouraging.
I'm trying to give you a little chance to train a little bit during the session, David.
Yeah. No, it's critical. I have to train during these broadcasts. I can't waste any time.
So e3, and after, well, pawn takes like rook e8. So, I mean, that's an interesting line. Kind of. Oh, sorry. Yeah, pawn takes rook e8 looks actually pretty good for black, doesn't it? Because they saved the bishop and they're going to take on e3. So I think the computer was giving f4 as the main answer to e3.
Oh, my goodness.
f4, right? So that's what we need to evaluate. Yeah.
I had a really bad idea, which was like rook g2 for white.
Yeah.
And then check and try and like blockade this pawn on a light square. But,
yeah,
you know, which player has a light squared bishop? You know, you have to know which squares you don't have.
Yeah. So Torque says, busy lady these days, Irina. Yeah, that's definitely true. Because I just did 3 days of commentary on the Fisher Random World Championships on Hikaru's channel, and then with the women's candidates, it's like a whole more than a week that I'll be having of commentary nearly every day. Wow. That was a lot of fun. Nice. Going from rapid chess now to we're going to classical chess. Today is a day off, by the way, guys, for the Fisher Random World Championships. So yeah, it's the women's candidates is the main event of the day.
Yeah, and we've got a move from
wow, she didn't think for that long, and she played knight c5, which I did mention that was like one of the computer's first lines, knight c5. And how did it go again, David? I think it was rook g2 and h6 of that rook c4 move at the end, right? h6, yeah, forcing the knight to take and then going rook c4.
Yeah, and black holds here.
Yeah, black is just fine. So that can happen.
Yeah. Hey, we've got somebody else creative in chat. Irina, Troy Chess has come up with the idea of rook to d1
to play knight f7 fork. Where is that? Yeah, F7, let's put that on the board. There are Troy a lot of moves here, Troy. Right? There is like knight d3 that we can look at, but Should we do that, or because it does look pretty attractive? Knight d3. Or should I take your rook, bishop? Oh, actually, I should just take your rook and go bishop f3 at the end. Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
bishop takes d1.
Lock in that g pawn. Here.
King e8,
here,
yeah. And then
here,
just bishop f3.
Yeah.
And I really am so happy where my bishop has arrived.
That's harsh.
And my saving my my pawn, and also your knight is trapped. So rook d1 is not going to work. Like, we cannot use Sevian's idea here.
Yeah, that's bishop f3. That's hurtful.
So basically, we've arrived at the novelty, guys. Knight c5 is the new move that hasn't been played yet. And yeah, it's computer approved, very logical. And it's interesting, David, I guess after rook g2 here, we could, besides playing h6, ask ourselves why knight d3 check is not as good, right? Because it is like pretty logical movement, maybe trying to win the b2 pawn. But the answer is, there is an instructive answer. When all of that happens, king f1, knight b2, at the end, there's a very important move here that white plays, and they're relying on this in basically a lot of lines. So what move is that?
I see. I mean, the position actually looks reasonably good for white to me in multiple variations here. But let's say we played like rook b1.
Yeah, rook b1. Okay.
So bishop a3, knight b5 is a little bit weird.
Yeah, so I can go bishop c4, king g1, knight d3, you take on b7. It does look crazy.
This would be pleasant for white.
Yeah, I have to say, okay, this actually is also looking like an issue. So
yeah, I think the bigger problem might be that black can try, possibly after rook b1, they can try to maybe hold this like horrible construction of hanging pieces together with bishop a3, and on knight b5, then bishop c4 picks up the knight, and
exactly. Yeah.
I mean,
yeah, that's the relatively best move. Bishop bishop a3 in that position for black. But white has something even better than rook b1.
Yeah, still a heck of a mess, right? h6, and who knows what's
it's
going
that,
on.
So h6 right away is actually the supposedly killer move.
Okay. So in other variations against h6, the only really survivable move is rook g8. So that would be the first thought of what you do here.
All right, let's try to figure this out.
I wonder if now rook b1 is stronger.
I think, yeah, this is interesting. Hold on. So I can't win your rook, David, like with like knight e6 in the end. Maybe I just take on g7. H takes.
You could try knight h7 to
That's
f6
also
to
pretty
try and
good.
trap
Yeah,
the rook.
but what about like h takes g7? Bishop takes, and like, I mean, if I the computer does, because my knight is going to hang on c3 in the end. Yeah. Yeah. We can show the line, like what I was trying to do and why it doesn't work.
Yeah.
I was trying to win the rook with this discovery, but I forgot that my own knight was hanging on c3, and that you still have two pieces for the rook. Okay, so that doesn't work. So let's try something a little bit different. Let's go back. So rook g8. How do we win?
So we've got knight h7 and rook b1 as kind of our main candidate moves. Knight h7 to f6 is a really weird setup. Rook b1 looks a lot nicer.
I mean, rook b1, bishop a3, bishop g7, or h takes g7 also looks pretty good.
Right.
So should we try knight takes h7 and just put on the board?
Maybe rook b1, gh6. It might be a problem.
Yeah.
Because you grab this piece, we check, and then recover. So that would indicate that the only move for white that's likely to win is going to be knight h7, keeping black from resolving the g7 problem.
So Hayport says, I remember when Anna was moderating with Vichy, he was desperately trying to block off her advanced Like, what does that mean? Like her advanced pawns or her,
I don't know.
Her attacks? Or
I've never seen them work as moderators in Twitch
yeah,
before.
they did. There was a FIDE
Anna.
event, and I believe, was it the FIDE World Championship? I actually think it was the World Championship match between Magnus and Jan last year. I think so, because Vichy doesn't normally work as a commentator, so I think it was a really big event.
Okay, as commentators.
Is it Grand Swiss? Really? Grand Swiss? No. Seriously? Grand Swiss 2021? Really? He was the commentator at the Grand Swiss? That's like I'm totally surprised that they got Vichy to do that for just a Grand Swiss.
Yeah, I've seen her commentate a couple times, but
okay, so knight takes h7 does look like the right move, right, David?
Yeah. It's pretty weird that we're going to win with knight h7 to f6.
Yeah,
but if
so that basically tells us, okay, what move did Humpy play? Because she has already answered the move knight c5. So what did she choose? Rook takes g2, or
cleaned up the pawn.
So the line we went into, guys, was just trying to figure out why black can't win the b2 pawn with knight d3. It's a pretty sensible question, but it's also obvious that h6 is a big problem, which is why, h6 for black here, it is the main option.
Yeah, if I were black, I wouldn't be hungry for this pawn.
It was the World Championship. Okay, good. Yeah, that makes sense, because I just don't see Vichy commentating on regular tournaments, but on a World Championship match, it makes sense. Okay.
If I didn't want to play the simplifying line as black here, then the move I would investigate would be rook g8, but that might still be bad to knight h7.
Yeah, you don't want to give up that pawn. So h6 is an important resource for black. And Torque says, what a glorious place for a chess game, chilling in Monte Carlo, trying to become the world championship challenger. Guys, are you serious? Like, you prefer Monte Carlo to Uzbekistan, where the next session of the women's candidates tournament is going to be? I'm shocked to hear that. But okay, I got to tell you, I was once in Monte Carlo, and it is beautiful. It really is a picturesque place, something out of a postcard, guys. Like the weather. I was there probably sometime in March or April, and it was just, the Mediterranean weather, like not a cloud in the sky. So beautiful, clean, the buildings, like it's a very rich place. Yeah. So, but if you can't afford Monte Carlo, I could say that Malta also has a very similar kind of climate and landscape, and it's a bit more affordable.
Okay.
Although I think Americans can kind of afford Europe in general pretty well now, right? With the dollar parity these days, it's kind of a good time to travel.
Yeah.
Did you know, David, the dollar is really strong these days?
Yes, I did. I saw it.
Yeah. It's kind of so strong it was starting to be kind of dangerous to the economy.
I had to send 100 euros to Europe, and it only cost me $100. I was like, wow.
Oh yeah, that's right. In Monte Carlo, I think they don't pay income taxes or something, right? That's like why people like to move there. But I had forgotten about that, actually, as another one of those perks of Monaco.
Okay. You hear that, Hikaru? You can move all the streaming income to Monte Carlo.
Is that really Hikaru? That's really GM Hikaru there?
I think
not an impersonator.
There have been 3 impersonators already today with names like Hikaru with like 2 O's or 3 O's, but yeah.
But GM Hikaru seems like the right name for...
This one has some kind of a check mark, so...
Yeah.
I've brought us back over to the other game today, Lei Tingjie against Maria Muzychuk, which has a lot of tension in it. And my first question to you, Irina, would be, why is white not controlling the b4 square? Why has white not been worried about knight b4 at all?
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Maybe it is GM Hikaru. It's really nice to see him here. And yeah, we're going to wish him good luck. I hope to see Hikaru as the Fischer Random World Champion. I think he's probably going to have to beat Magnus to do that. So that'll be awesome. That match. Well, you know, if he gets past Abdusattorov, that's going to take place on Sunday.
Right. But the match with Abdusattorov would be
tomorrow, Saturday.
Tomorrow,
yeah,
right?
4 games.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It's pretty nice. 4 games is like, it's definitely a good amount to see who's the better player, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
All right, so let's take a look at Lei's game. And she did get that knight to a4. Let's go back a little bit,
Sure.
David, to that moment where we left
right.
off.
We should recap it. So she played bishop d2 in this position here.
Yeah.
And she's chosen mostly like a calm mobilization of the pieces approach here. No quick e4.
Mm-hmm.
So we were here. She played king e2. And then rook c1.
Yeah, she didn't go for knight a4 right away, but basically she's setting this up. Rook c8. Okay, king d3.
Yeah.
Okay, so I remember in the chat, one of our audience members that was like, king d3, and she's fearless. Yeah, well, in the end game, bringing out the king is definitely more standard than in the middle game. Like if this was taking place in the middle game, I would agree a little bit more with that comment. And for this position, king d3 is, I don't know, I would say it's not too unexpected.
Yeah.
So let's see what is the way that white is going to try to pressure black here.
Yeah. It's also also like a fairly locked center, right? If you didn't have pawns in the center and black could play rook d8, then king d3 might even be a little brave here.
Yeah. So if you go rook d3, you always run into knight b4. So like I'm assuming that at some point white wants to play a3 here.
Yeah. I finally figured out why black doesn't play knight b4 in this position.
Why don't you tell us?
Takes, and then b6 falls.
Yeah. And
maybe I should even throw in rook c8 so black doesn't have rook c1. I might be able to ensure that I get the fork as well as the b pawn.
So Troy Chess is asking, that he didn't get to hear about my trip to India after finishing the Olympiad. How was it? And did I get to see the opening and closing ceremony? Well, okay, like I'll start with the opening and closing ceremony question, guys. I didn't attend the opening ceremony. It was held somewhere far away, and this was supposed to be a ritual that was going to take around 6 hours. Like you had to leave very early to get there, and there was going to be tons of security because the president of India was going to be there. You had to be there hours before. You had to drive there for a long time. So there was just no way. Like I knew this was going to be a disaster where like you would be exhausted, and the people came back in the buses like at 10 p.m. that night. So no, I've learned from my experiences at the Olympiads, like you can absolutely miss the opening ceremony. I mean, you need to get ready for the tournament. You're coming after a long trip. And so spending, spending 3 hours would be too much, but spending like 6 or 7 hours is just insane. I think this is the first time I'm seeing Maria get up in this game, by the way. She just got up from the board.
Yeah.
So I definitely didn't go there, but I did go to the closing ceremony, which was also a long drive. This time it didn't have the president of India attending. So I guess there was a bit, there was a bit less security. We thought we might be getting some sort of award at the ceremony, like for our 4th place finish. But as it turns out, we were not going to get anything. And so my team just kind of decided that it was time to go. So after driving there for like a couple of hours, they just went all the way back. And I stayed. I was like, well, since I'm here, might as well watch the ceremony. It was very nice. I enjoyed it. Lots of, different cultural things and dances. And there was actually, David, there was a dance troupe there that I knew was famous because they had appeared on, I think it was either America's Got Talent or like Worlds of Dance or something like that. So they were amazing. Did so many acrobatics. Yeah, it was really a nice closing ceremony. Of course, the ride home, it all takes a while. I actually rode with the Indian players that night, and I also had dinner with them. So kind of learned, just kind of it was my Indian immersion evening, I guess. Learned about all the different Indian languages and things like that. And in terms of how was my trip afterwards, I spent a week there after, and it was fantastic. Yeah, I really had, I would say, the best possible trip. I saw a lot of different things, and it was beautiful. And it was also pretty smooth with my, my driver kind of being my guide and, obviously taking a lot of the inconvenience out of it. I loved it.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
All right. So now let's get back to the chess. Okay. So black plays like G. Okay. F4 has happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was wondering if we were going to see this move. Yeah. F4, yeah. F5. By the way, guys, for those of you who are watching, we are like looking at the, chat on Twitch. Twitch.tv/chess is where you guys can interact with us if you would like us to read your questions. So after F4, let's go back a couple of moves, David, just to show that.
All right. So we were at like King D3, F5, I guess. Mm-hmm. Black may just want space, or they may have been concerned about E4 coming at some point. But by playing the F5 move, they do make this H4, H5 plan more impactful for white.
Yeah, so, well, black, there's not a lot of pieces black can move, yeah? Can't move either knight in this position. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Can't move the bishop, really, anywhere. So black just needs to sort of sit still because they're basically achieved the best position they can. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you guys are asking some good questions. Okay.
I know. I was gonna say.
I know, right? It's like
they're ready to interview you professionally.
Okay. Here's a question: being a grandmaster, does that allow you to pursue chess as a career, or do most GMs still have to work a normal job? It really depends, Mr. Bobcat. A lot of GMs, like if they want to stay in chess, but they're not, let's say, maybe they don't have any more ambitions to become like 2,700 and above. A lot of them will take up some kind of coaching work. So many things you can do in chess, variations on coaching. Like we have Li Kwang Liem, who is, actually at over 2,700 grandmaster, and he took over Susan Polgar's job at Webster University in St. Louis as the head coach. And that's a role that various, strong players have had over the years, like Alex Onishuk, doing that same role at Texas Tech University. Well, now Alejandro Ramirez is doing that at St. Louis University. Christian Chirilla at University of Missouri. So some version of coaching. Of course, you don't have to be the head coach at a university, but that's just an example of something chess players can do in the United States. You can also make your own, chess teaching company. And I know various GMs have done that as well. You could do private lessons, commentary. So that's how you can, and combine that with playing. Like obviously if you're a GM and you still want to play tournaments, try to win prizes, I mean, you can combine all of those things. But at the U.S. Championship, for example, where you've got the top 14 players in the U.S., apart from like Elshan and Elshan Moradiabadi and Alex Lenderman, I think most of those players are really focusing on chess. Like, I don't think that they're really combining that with anything else, because we have a lot of young players, and for them, it just doesn't make sense to do, coaching or anything like that. They need to focus on their game. I'm talking about people like Sam Sevion. Actually, I think a Wonder Liang is at university. Is that right, David?
Yeah, he's a student right now.
He's a
so
student,
playing
which is
less
actually,
chess
I feel
himself.
like his performance was a bit like not spoken about enough, because actually it's pretty amazing for a university student that is not a professional player to come in third in that field. I mean, that's just super amazing, right? Maybe the most,
Yeah.
I mean, Caruana winning is not amazing. Like, that's normal.
Right.
But a Wonder Liang coming in higher than a lot of people who are doing chess professionally full time, that is pretty special. And just had a very nice event, beating Wesley So. I think he beat Wesley So, right? And maybe some other players.
He beat Levon Aronian.
Oh, Ronian was who he beat. Oh, it was
with this
you,
funky
Yu,
opening from the
Wesley
19th
So.
century.
Yeah. Sorry, what are we saying about Aronian?
He played this funky opening against Aronian, this like knight g5, knight takes f7. It's sort of an opening which in textbooks you'll find as being refuted by Paul Morphy in 1850. And they say, white trades off all their developed pieces and has a bad position. And apparently Mamedov, well, I've seen the game, so it's not just apparently, but Mamedov had played the same line against Anand, I think, for a draw just a week before in the European Club Cup, and then a Wonder played it and beat Aronian quite quickly when Aronian played very ambitiously. But I'm totally with you that a Wonder's performance was just, I mean, shocking and impressive.
It was a wonder. It was a wonder.
Yeah.
So that's that. Can we switch to the Conera board? We can talk about that more, guys. Of course, there's a lot more to be said on that topic of what grandmasters do to make a living. But let's go. If you're telling us that Humpy blundered, I'm really curious to see what she blundered. Let's see it.
Yeah. So let's check that position.
Whatever
it was,
blunder is probably a strong word
board
for this.
Yeah.
Some sue people for a living. LOL. Well, that's a good one. That's pretty funny. That could be one way to make a living.
Do they mean blundered because Rook D1 would have saved the H5 pawn?
Yeah, well, they mean blunder. Like, I don't know why. Like, maybe because the evaluation went down a slight bit. Let's go back a little bit to see how this happened, because we want to.
So let's see, where were we here?
Yeah, right here. What did she do? H6
like
or probably H6.
Play H6. Takes here.
Oh,
dang.
Wow. Computer lines. This is what we
like
talked about like half an hour ago.
She's like a computer. That's so impressive.
Yeah, she's either like a computer or she has that computer prep. Hold on. Slower, David. Hold on.
Okay, sorry.
Slower. This is where we looked at that funky move, bishop f6, but Humpy played knight d2. Okay.
Yeah. I want to give her over the board credit for this, Irina. With the time that was used, I think she's playing like a computer. I don't think she has it memorized.
Yeah, quite possible. Rook d4, knight b3. And, well, white has that extra pawn edge, which I guess she's about to lose, and she just played rook c1.
There's a very important line fed to us in chat by Odat. Super cool line. Important, relevant. Rook d1 to save the pawn on h5.
Oh, wow. Why doesn't that work? Oh, that would have been amazing.
Sweet, right? Bishop b4 and then rook e8 to push the king off of the rook.
Wow, that would have been quite the blunder, because rook d1 looks so natural.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she didn't fall for that, right? That would have been
she
the
didn't.
Big blunder
she just
for sure.
Developed, gave back the pawn.
And everything is fine. Well, she does have better development here, but of course, material is getting very limited. So let's see. I mean, what can Humpy do here? Her rook from g2 can't really move. Should she be going like king g1? king f1 to g1 to try to get that rook to be able to move David? Because, or
Like
should
go
she be
hold the
doing,
pawn. I think
or
she could possibly sack it with rook g3. Could be considered.
Oh yeah.
Right, because if black takes, you get penetration on the c file. Potentially
Yep.
a very good position for white.
Yeah, I agree. So, okay, I think activating that rook is definitely important. So let's see what else do we have. A rook g3. I like that a lot.
Yeah. My first instinct also was the rook is stuck, and so I wondered if I could do something with the knight. But c5 and a5 are both
I have an
covered
idea,
right now.
David. Rook g3. Oh, can I go bishop d6 or do you just take on g7?
Yeah, maybe. So if I go rook d3, there's always
King
the king
e7.
e7 resource, and I
Yeah.
can't
Well, also
get
I even
anybody
have,
else
I guess I have rook e8,
involved.
rook e6. I don't know which one is better. King e7 seems sufficient.
Yeah, okay. So I guess we have to cut the king off on the back rank in response to this.
Right. And now maybe, so if I take on
Now-
h2, rook d1, that seems fine. It's actually quite nice to get the h pawn, right? Because I have rook h1 to trade. And then I can just go bishop e7 if I want. But also, you know, I have the outside pawn, and the bishop versus the knight. So I kind of prefer that for black.
Yeah, you can just start running it there. So rook d1 wouldn't be good. White would need something better.
Maybe
right
knight
here.
d4, come in with your knight.
But then
But then,
rook
but
h1
yeah, but
might
then there's
win.
rook h1. What am I talking about? There's always rook h1, and yeah.
Yeah, I think your bishop d6 is a really good answer to rook g3. That feels like the right kind of idea, the right level of activity from black. Yeah, so that's quite possible. So this is the live position after rook h5. And rook g3 is a candidate for white. And maybe one other candidate move for white would be knight d4 here.
Knight d4, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rook d1 first gives white a tempo with rook takes h7. So they're talking about bishop d6. Wait. Oh, rook g3, bishop d6, rook d1 here. Okay.
Saying to here, try this move.
Right. And how am I supposed to deal with that?
I've got a response that may seem too technical and dry, but I'm going to give it
Yeah.
check. And then
Rook e6.
Oh, the king came to f1 now.
How about just rook e6? Or are you going to go knight d4? And then I go rook e5.
I had actually planned to play king c7, but now I'm second guessing it with the idea of playing like super, tradey.
Well, yeah.
this.
Still king g2, bishop. Well, there's also rook b5 ideas, but I guess you have rook d3.
And now against h3, I could go like rook g5, rook h5, or something lame like that. I don't know.
Yeah.
And as you said, there's also the bishop could come after this way or with rook b5.
Yeah. Do women and men have separate ratings in chess? We don't have separate ratings. It's the same rating system for everyone. So whatever number you have, it's the same for women and men.
Yeah. Same formula, same rating pool.
Yeah.
Okay, do we have any other interesting ideas for white beyond rook to g3?
Well, we
said maybe king f1 to
king
g1.
e2 idea from the chat.
Okay.
Somewhere king e2. Although I don't know, king e2 here probably, I don't know if it was right at this moment. It doesn't seem like incredibly powerful, right? I mean, I think that line that we looked at, that would, like, let's try that again. I do feel rook g3, bishop d6, rook d1. Like that line felt critical, right?
Mm-hmm.
It felt like you had to do a little bit of work here.
Okay.
So,
and then you also mentioned maybe rook e6.
Yeah, I mentioned this one, but there could be a lot of issues with that.
Against knight d4, there's rook f6, and it doesn't look like the knight has any more Hops at least right there.
Yeah. I mean, rook g7, rook h2, f2 is hanging. Looks.
Knight f5 would be okay.
Yeah, but
for
that
white
one looks
now.
like probably like a draw, right? A 5.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. It's very impressive that this year Tata Steel India. Oh, yeah, Tata Steel India has a separate event for women this year. I've heard about that, and that's really cool. That is really
Wow.
awesome. I mean, we need more top level tournaments for women. Always exciting. Right, David?
That is cool. That is really cool. Do I think that there should be more top level events for women? Probably.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly what there is or isn't. Like, there could be a great tournament that I don't know about. And so I might, there could be everything that we need and I don't even know about it. But as far as I know, yeah, we could use more.
Yeah.
Big prizes. Yeah, sure. Awesome. I always want other chess professionals to be earning good money.
Right. That way they can stay as chess professionals and not have to be like, Uber driver professionals.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, folks, we're going to take a short break here. Let me just put us back on the actual position here. We'll be back in just a couple minutes with more of game 3 of these two very tense candidates matches.
What is this? This is duck chess, you guys.
This is a new variant. It's called duck chess.
Chess, but with a duck.
Quack, quack. How to play duck chess. The duck is a brick. Pieces cannot move through the square occupied by the duck.
Click on a square to place the duck. Oh, you put the duck to prevent moves of opponent, not yourself.
Yeah, so basically you do this, and this cannot move. I'm gonna go knight f6, and I'm gonna put the duck in the most inconvenient place for my opponent to move. No bishop, no queen, so no Londons can permanently stop the London.
Capture the opponent's king to win. Oh, wow. Oh, there's no stalemate. Wait, there is stalemate. But the stalemated player wins. Ooh, if only that was real chess.
I think I'm getting the hang of this game now. I think I actually am getting the hang of it. I think this works. Oh, that's a horrible blunder. Oh my god, I just blundered.
I have to move something else first, then dark, and knight will take my king. This is the best way to lose the dark chess.
Those some real bullet skills right there, boys.
This is the first time winning duck chess. That's so exciting.
Oh no, mouse slip. No. I won! Yeah! Duck chess champion. Give me those points, baby.
And welcome back, everybody, to the beautiful halls of Monte Carlo, where 4 of the top female chess players in the world are working towards the world champion title. They are in the quarterfinals of an 8-player field, and they're hard at work right now.
Yeah, so we got 2 games for you today, guys. It is the 2 Muzychuk sisters from Ukraine versus Humpy from India and Lei Tingji from China. And right now, both of the Muzychuk sisters are 1 point behind in their 4-game match, which definitely puts the pressure on them. But today they both have black, and we got endgames early on in both games. And well, I think Anna Muzychuk, she's won the pawn back and really is not experiencing any problems in her game. The position that we have on the board right now, she's got a bishop versus a knight on an open board. The knight, doesn't have any outposts. Actually finds it rather hard to move at all, except backwards to d2. So at the moment, I'm liking black. Like, can't black, David, even go just, g5, bishop g7 potentially here?
Ooh, that would solve the problem of g7 while doing something pretty exciting with that bishop. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I like the way that Anna moved her rook back to d5. If we go back a move, David, I guess Humpy's choice was rook c3 in that key moment. Like here, we were trying to develop white's initiative somehow. We were like looking at rook g3, trying to go to d3. We were looking at knight d4. Rook c3 feels a bit staid, doesn't it, David? Like, what does that move really do?
Yeah, I didn't know if it was like to put the pawn on h3 and defend it, because without the second rook d3 check doesn't really do anything with a rook on g2. It's the rook on g2 that needs to help work your way in. So I didn't really, in the break, I didn't really manage to understand why Humpy had played rook c3 here. It was still a little bit of a mystery. And then this move rook d5, sort of cutting off knight d4, stopping any rook checks. It does look pretty strong.
Yeah, rook d5 is like a beautiful centralization. It kind of takes away all those problems of the king being left alone on d8. And basically, black just needs to develop the bishop and get the other rook into the game. You almost have like ideas of like if you could go to rook e8, it's almost like a checkmate, right, David? Except, there is the block with rook e3. So unfortunately, it wouldn't quite be a checkmate if you got the rook there. But I think g5 is just the next move. It's like the natural move. There's other options like bishop d6 or actually bishop d6, David. That's another option. If you take on g7, I don't have to play rook e8. I can go bishop e5 and just win.
Yeah, just winning is good enough, probably.
I mean, okay, you can take a bunch of my pawns. You can take on b7. Maybe you get away with a draw, but that just shows you that I think black is completely fine. And well, I think Anna Muzychuk can be happy with her opening because she really can potentially put some pressure on Humpy in this endgame. I think Humpy is the one that needs to be careful now.
Yeah, you mentioned that Humpy has a really good sense of danger, one of her assets as a player. And you see her starting to get a little bit behind on the clock, and you imagine that her sense of danger has kind of kicked in at this point.
No, yeah. I mean, rook c3, I don't know, rook c3 was like what that was about, but that was a little bit off with the sense of danger because now it just feels like she's handed the initiative over to her opponent.
Yeah. If she doesn't come up with anything, she's got split pawns, and black has a bishop versus knight on an open board, but with pawns on both sides. So it's kind of like the ideal pawn setup for a bishop to try and prove a small advantage. I've got a defensive idea in mind for Humpy, and I wonder what you think of it. I'm thinking h4 because you want to play g5.
Yeah, you want to at least try to get the pawns off the board. I totally get that, David. David. Well, I have a couple of ideas on that. Like one idea I have is this move h5. Like if I just say, you put your pawn on a dark square, I have a dark squared bishop, that could potentially be a problem in the end game. And
Right.
maybe I'll just like play that simple move, and I can always play rook h6, get my rook out that way, and just potentially, I mean, your pawn on h4 is going to be really unhappy there. Like, so I mean, that's one reasonable answer to h4. Let's see what else we got.
Yeah, and I'm still worse. I've got a
Yeah.
second move for you. I don't know if you need it, but you might also have bishop
Because
e7.
on rook g7 again, you have this bishop f6.
I'm just borrowing this from
Yeah,
you, but
and so if we go rook b7 and I just kind of give up that exchange, like how bad is this for white? White does have 2 pawns forward, attacking a third, but of course all those pawns are separated and the board is totally open. Yeah, I mean, even rook e7 is a move, right? Yeah. The problem is the knight is so powerless. The knight is so powerless on an open board like this, where he doesn't have like a good secure square. I mean, he has d4 here, but it's like not attacking anything from d4.
Right.
So
all
it's not
isolated pawns.
Have I played any of the 4 players? Have I not played any of the 4 players is more like the question. I guess the one that I've probably either not played or played the least against is Lei Ting-ji, because I've never played like a classical game with her. So maybe I've faced her in some like rapid or blitz. It's possible. I don't have any clear memories of playing Lei, but I feel like I have. But definitely like in something very fast time control. But like against Humpy and the other Muzychuk sisters, I mean, I haven't really played classical games against Anna Muzychuk. No, that's not true. I played her at the Olympiad in 2010, but I haven't played her that recently. And I did play a couple of games against Maria. She actually played in the Cairns Cup a few years ago. And I definitely have played against Humpy, and she is the player that I've played against. My first game was when a very, very like young 10-year-old Humpy in the 1998 World Junior Championship in India. So that was my first encounter with her. And she was already like a rising young player that she actually beat me in that game, even though I wound up getting a medal in that championship, but I did lose to Humpy. And so from that moment on, I always knew who she was.
Yeah.
And she became a GM, when she was a teenager.
Yeah, I'm becoming more and more uncomfortable with that rook on c3. I mean, on top of everything, it keeps running into the bishop on the long diagonal.
What's my score against Judith? Well, I've never played against Judith actually in any format. Never had a chance. Yeah, are you surprised by that, David? Or
no, actually not, right? Because like Judith,
where would I have played her? I mean, it would have to have been some open tournament.
She's a couple years older, so she would have, and she became a GM very young, so she would have been in sort of like, I mean, she would have been in a higher tier of tournament by the time you came up.
Exactly.
She would have been 26, 2700, and then you don't play in the same tournament.
I mean, the only place I could have played her is like something like place like Gibraltar. Actually, there was a chance. I think I was either, but I don't remember if I was playing in Gibraltar that year or commentating. But that was one of her. That was one of her last tournaments, and that was actually where she got to play one game against Ho Yifan that she lost, and it was kind of like a big deal, really, because it was like, wow, legend Judith Polgar, the best female player ever, and she was playing against like, the next best female player ever, and kind of a match of generations as well. And well, I don't know if surprising or not, but Ho Yifan did win that one encounter that they had. So is there any merit to rook f3, an idea to put it on f7, rooks on light squares better versus the bishop? Okay, let's take a look.
I considered this idea, so I'll put on the board the variation that I'd considered with rook f7. It was for black to play your g5 move.
Yeah, hey David, I have an idea.
Counter the 7th.
Like, I don't know if I even want to trade the rook on d5 because it's so strong. Can I just go bishop e7 here? And maybe even king e8 and just push your rook out, and or trap it if you prefer.
Okay, so I can either get out or I can go get trapped on g7.
Yeah, you take your pick.
I understand my options.
You either leave yourself, or I like, or you get thrown out. Yeah.
Yeah. Without the use of this knight, I'm feeling really bad here. I'm surprised that the evaluation bar on the side is not more devastating because I'm really struggling to find moves for white.
Yeah. I mean, white doesn't have any connections of the rooks. The rook on g2 is just terrible at this point. Do you believe Yifan is the next best female player ever? What about Vera Menchik? Well, that's a funny question, Jadra. I'll explain to you why. Well, because, chess moves forward. It's very hard to look for, best players ever 100 years in the past because the game is moving forward and the players are becoming stronger, right? So, we kind of stand on the shoulders of the people who came before us. So, of course, Carlsen is a better player than, Capablanca. But, that's like that's 100 years of chess having made progress and all the knowledge and, that we've accumulated. So, I really can't judge, Vera Menchik and, her times. I mean, she was playing with the best players of the world at her time, right? So actually, in that sense, if you're, kind of looking at it like that for her time, I mean, maybe she was even a stronger player, right, David?
Yeah, I mean, relative to the other players of her time would be the question, right?
Yeah.
I think we're talking like 1925, 1930.
Yeah. 1940. I mean, she was basically until she was killed in the bombings, of London.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I don't think that we've got ELO ratings for players from back then, right?
No, we don't have ELO ratings,
So you just sort of have to look at
we have
games
estimates,
other
I guess.
Players,
I think that people have done estimates, David, of like what the ELO ratings were of the best players, but yeah.
Yeah, it's very, very
well, there
hard
was a Vera Menchik club, right? So where people who I guess did not expect to lose to her lost to her. And I mean, she was playing against the best players in the world at that time, but so is Judith and so is Hu Yifan, right? So but basically, I mean, I think it's easier to just answer the question like after Judith Polgar, Hu Yifan is the next strongest player to have played the game, right? That kind of eliminates any follow-up questions. Oh, Chess Metrics has her at 25-35 in 1929. Well, that's a very good level. Interesting. Okay, so Humpy just played f4. So she's trying to stop g5. She also wants to get the rook involved. She wants to go rook d2. I mean, I think the move makes sense, right, David? It's not
seems like a better version than h4.
I like f4. And what can we do here, David, for black? I mean, g5 is no longer really appropriate. Well, g5 is actually possible. Like, you can do it. You're still better, right? G5, pawn takes. Like, you're opened up your rook as well. And you want to go bishop g7. So I wouldn't say that it's like an impossible move.
Yeah, in fact, you maybe could play bishop g7 or bishop d6.
Yeah, so what? Okay, other than that, but let's say we don't want to trade pawns, because generally if you're trying to win, you don't want to trade off all the pawns. Yeah, bishop d6 is rook g7, so bishop e7. Let's try that, David. Yeah. I mean, if you can anchor that bishop in f6, actually, that would be a big problem for white.
To me, the simplest move, because I'm just hating this rook on c3,
Yeah, incredible, right? Because like the only thing the rook on the g file can do is take the pawn on g7. So then you basically put your rook on a dark square so that you won't be able to take the pawn. Ah, there we go. Lei Ting Ji versus Crush, right? That tournament exactly is like what I was thinking about, and I'm sure I lost to her in that at least I definitely remember some blitz game where I lost to her. But yeah, that was it. I have not played much against Lei. Let's see what else we got here. So if the bishop comes to f6, then you got this weak f4 pawn to worry about, right? Which is why it's a more ambitious move than g5, right? Because f4 is a weakness. You don't want to trade it off.
Yeah. I guess. All right. My instinct is to maybe try trading the bad rook on d2. I can't seem to stop bishop f6. So I'm kind of in survival mode. Is there any better way to do it? No. I'd rather trade the c3 rook. I hate it even more. But king e2, bishop f6, rook d3, there's just rook e8.
And king d2.
Oh, I can't. We can do this. We can just pass under.
Yeah, you can pass under. And okay, like, well, it's not inspiring from white or anything, but white is not losing here.
We can see on the camera, you know, Humpy standing up and watching the board. That felt a lot like me during my games when I'm slightly uncomfortable and I stand there like watching the opponent, like what kind of things are you about to come up with?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a sad game, I would say, for Humpy, right? Because you're following some sort of thing that's been played before. You already made the concession, I think, as white, to go straight into an end game without having a middle game. You follow the game. You don't really have any particular improvements here. And then you even find yourself worse with the white pieces. So that is a pretty depressing scenario. I mean, I wouldn't be satisfied with that. Yeah, and that's why, you know, earlier on in the game when she went with that pawn e4 move, even though it is a principled move, this is where it leads to. And I just don't think it worked out so well for her. But for Anna, I mean, at this point, she can be pretty happy. I mean, because, okay, maybe her opponent will make a draw, but she's definitely going to have to fight for it. And at least psychologically, that's really important. You know, it gives you some sort of, you know, you want to make your opponent work for things and not feel like they're going to be getting everything so easily.
Yeah, it gives you some initiative going into the next game. Wow. Yeah. Surprising to me.
Shocking.
She's going to trade a pawn.
Shocking. Oh, wow. I mean, as we were just trying to, you know, establish that Anna has some advantage here. I mean, she makes a move that we talked about, and it's a perfectly fine move, but it's not the most ambitious thing to trade off that F pawn, I think, but okay. So let's see how we're gonna play here. After pawn takes, h takes, how do we deal with bishop g7, David? Like, I guess, well, it's not even much of a threat, but I would like to improve my pieces at some point. I would like to, should I play king e2 and rook d3, which is that funny idea?
I think we probably still should, right? Because
yeah, well, it's not so clear because you're going to have rook h3 in the end, and I don't know. Yeah, I don't have a good feeling about that. I honestly, king e2, bishop g7, rook d3. Yeah, I don't.
You think this is going to go wrong somehow?
You can even take and go rook h3. Yeah, and I was a little concerned. But okay, king c2 is safer, right? I don't know. King at c4, there's b5. Yeah. Well, maybe.
Actually, let's show that tactic real quick. b5.
Yeah, so maybe you're not losing, cool, but it certainly feels dangerous.
Okay, so I'll get king c2.
King c4, b5, and how does it go, actually, David? Can we see that? King c4 and b5? Sure. Like, why is it not worse than it is?
Because the king can go to b4, And then if you
Bishop
try to
F8.
drive the king off the knight like this, the knight can actually survive.
Ah,
on
you're going to
C5.
go into a pin, and
Yeah.
on rook h4, you have king b5, and you survive. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so what else can we do? Let's go back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f6. Yeah, well, after knight d2, I suppose, or knight c5, more active. Yeah. Okay, white's not going to lose this. Yeah, let's go back.
Yeah. White's seemingly sort of, holding on. But g5 has really cut the margin for torture down quite a bit. I feel like white's, one or two. Yeah, I mean, I feel like white's closer to a draw now.
Did she go king e2? No, she's still thinking.
No,
We're just
live position, she hasn't even traded yet, as far as I can tell.
Okay. She hasn't traded.
This where they're at is just g5.
The trade should happen. I mean, it's pretty intuitive. You don't want to allow them to take an f4.
Right.
In the first, she had a time edge and played quickly and blundered horribly. She's doing fine now. Yeah, I mean, when did she start using her time advantage? The thing is, Joker, this position is probably not going to be affected that much by the time. Sure, she has a little bit of a time edge, but for this stage in the game, it's not like I would say that Humpy is in big time trouble. So I think where we're going is we're like, we're heading towards that fizzling out, That's what that move g5 tells me. I mean, if she wanted to play on, bishop e7 was the way to do it. I don't know why she didn't want to have an extra set of pawns on the board.
Yeah. I think there may be one other candidate move for white here. I don't know that it's particularly relevant or changes things much, but rook f3 might also be a playable move for Humpy here.
Yeah.
Idea would be against bishop g7 to maybe trade and then go into f7. So, but meanwhile, you hold the tension. So it's looking at this rook f7 kind of idea.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, that makes sense. That works. Yeah.
I mean, nothing special, just an option. I do feel with the level of these players that a draw is now quite likely. So maybe let's go to our bird's eye view and see both games and see how the other one's looking.
I agree. The layout you guys are mentioning, it really is very nice. I think we have a great view on the players. Like, it's a very flattering kind of angle. I say that because sometimes I know there's been recent commentary where the players look huge and really beefed up, like they've been at the gym, and that's not even what they really look like. And that's just a function of the camera angle. This is actually how the players look, and we can see the whole board and them in the frame. So I agree. We're getting a really a good feel for what's going on in the tournament hall from that. And thank you guys. JMC says that we are informative and friendly, David. And that's always nice to hear, guys.
I do strive to be both of those things. So hopefully it's not an accident.
And okay, we haven't talked about the game between Lei and Maria for a long time. Let's see where that has gone, David.
Yeah, so a single rook has been traded while we were away, which slightly reduces the impact and value of the C file. It means that white can sort of ignore the C file if they want and look for something on the G or H files here. And maybe the most interesting change here is this move H6 from black. And what does that imply as far as whether or not a file would open up on the king side at some point here?
Yeah, so she played H6. We've got a pair of rooks traded off, David. How did that happen? Can you tell us when did the pair of rooks get traded? Because that's pretty relevant to this position.
Yeah, absolutely. So rook C2, rook C7. So black's going to be able to reinforce the knight on C6 if white doubles with rook C1. Black will have rook C8. And white just moved back and forth.
Yeah, just so that king D3, that fearless king D3 turned into the fearless retreat to e2. But okay, yeah, it's not very significant in this position.
Yeah, so white hasn't been, pressing anything special, waiting around a little bit. That doesn't necessarily mean she's not going to try to win, but sometimes you play a couple moves that are just sort of waiting.
Yeah. By the way, guys, the schedule for the tournament is they play 2 games and they get a rest day, which I have to say is very generous, isn't it, David? I mean, we barely have any tournaments these days that have a rest day at all. And it's nice to have one after just 2 games of play. But, guys, this is a candidates tournament, a step in the World Championship cycle. And it's hard, when you're not playing, it's hard to actually understand like how much preparation and stress each game is. And so it might seem funny to be like, oh, you need a day off after just 2 days, but well, they don't necessarily need it, but it is helpful to kind of get your energy levels back up and come back, fresher for the next day. So I think it's actually quite nice. And they're basically getting 4 days of 4 days of play in a match, and if needed, there's going to be a tie break day, and then I think they get like another free day, and then they play their second match. So potentially, if you've worked out those scenarios, there could be a Muzychuk match in this event coming up. But okay, that still requires them both to do some work in their matches here.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a good point. Like if you just think of normal games at a normal tournament, especially like an Open or a Swiss, it would not make sense to people why you would need a rest day after playing 1 game a day for 2 days. That's not standard or normal, right? Most people in the US play 2 games in a single day, and most 1 game a day tournaments don't even have rest days for non championship participants. But the amount of prep that they're probably doing is on a whole other level because the games are so much more important, because there's so much more on the line, because this is kind of the peak event for a lot of chess careers to play in the championships.
Chess is very stress is very depleting. That's the thing. That's what they're really up against. It's not just playing a game of chess. It's the stakes of the event make the stress levels much higher. So does it break the rhythm? Well, if that's the rhythm you're used to in the event, I don't know. I don't know if it can really be broken by that. In general, I think players appreciate a rest day. But I mean, I do, understand the point of your question, right? That like, if you feel like you got the momentum, maybe you just want to keep going. But, on the other hand, if it's not going as well, you might really appreciate it. So yes, for every player, it's going to be different. But in general, players don't mind rest days. And you guys are asking me about the U.S. Championship. Well, yeah, this was the longest U.S. Championship I've ever played in. It was 13 rounds, which is basically the longest event you're ever going to really play as a chess player these days. Like even the candidates tournaments are like 14 rounds, right? The one that was won by Jan Nepomniachtchi this year, right? They're playing 14 rounds, and that is like the premier event other than the World Championship match that we have. So 13 rounds is super long. It was something new because the U.S. championships, it used to be 9 rounds. Then they went up to 11 rounds to accommodate more players, and now we're up to 13 rounds to accommodate even more players. So when it was 9 rounds, did we have a day off? I feel like we did. I feel like St. Louis has always been pretty generous. I'm sure we always had like 1 day off in a 9-round tournament. When it was 11 rounds, I think we probably had 1 to 2 days off, depending on like what year it was. And now that it was 13 rounds, we had 2 days off after rounds 5 and 10. And I think that was really important.
Were you tired when you were playing round 13? I think that's like a good follow-up question.
Yeah, well, I would say that my energy levels in general were pretty decent. Like I don't feel like, I was like at my last breath, at the end of the tournament or anything. Like and I also have to compare yourself, let's say, to the other players and things like that, right? So I think I was just fine. And in a way, okay, I scored, 2.5 out of 3 after the final rest day. Was could have been 3 out of 3. It was pretty close in my last round against Anna. So I mean, I think that definitely shows you that I was fine, with my energy levels. But in general, do you appreciate the rest days? Yeah, you really do. They're really important. The hours of preparation and, the overall stress, is actually what tires you. It's not even the playing so much. It's not like you're not so tired from playing. It's like maybe you're tired from like the stress of the tournament. That's
what about like opening preparation? I mean, at that point, specifically on your rest day, what color you have against what opponent in rounds 11, 12, 13, right? So
yeah. Well, my preparation, I had a certain schedule for how I was doing it, and of course there was it was some hours, and I would prepare between either 10 or 11 p.m. and like 2 in the morning or something like that. That was my schedule, and do very, very little in the morning, like after I woke up, like maybe half an hour. And I had help from my coach Georgie in the event, so obviously my opening preparation was just good, and that you could sort of see that from my games that I was getting a lot of good positions in most of my games from the opening. So yeah, I would say, but do you get tired? Yeah, you get tired doing 3 to 4 hours of opening prep for each game. But my trick, guys, is to do very little in the morning. So once I have slept, right, like I feel like you can do a lot of prep, and if you can sleep it off, like your brain is fine. But if you try to put that in before you actually play without having time to nap, then it just fries your brain. So like I never do that, right? My prep in the morning is so minimal. It's just like, oh, here, like, look at this game. Okay, that's done. And that's pretty much it. So, that's something I've worked out over the years, that I at least cannot spend, 2 to 3 hours preparing on the morning of my game. So you guys were asking if I do cardio, some kind of cardio to prepare for these long events. Well, I do try to stay in shape, guys, and I have been paying a lot of attention to my health recently. Recently, last couple of years, since I had COVID in March of 2020, I, was forced to kind of spend a lot of time on my health. And I would say during the tournament, I am walking for like an hour every day. So in the evening, that is part of my routine. I did that every single day, doing that hour walk. I didn't really have time to do any more intensive exercise. Like I did something in the room on the free day, like some, kind of like, simple stuff. But overall, just the walks were what I was doing then. And beforehand, yeah, I do a lot of daily walking and also kind of like Pilates and those kinds of exercises at home.
Nice. An hour's a lot. That's pretty serious. Very good to hear.
Yeah, I do spend a lot of time on that. I've also started intermittent fasting. Since I got back from India, that was something I looked into, and I was like, okay, seems to be quite a beneficial thing for health. And after I got back from the US Championship, I got back to doing that. I was not doing any fasting during the US Championship, so yeah. I gained some weight. I was eating like everything I wanted.
Okay, I think that's good. You need to be, I don't know, well nourished while you're playing. You don't want to be feeling faint or anything.
Yeah. Well, I think even psychologically, you don't want to be feeling like deprived because, you got to put everything into your games. So fasting is not like going to be a priority, I think, for me when I'm playing my big events. So I think we covered a lot of your questions, guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have no time to eat. You're on Twitch all day. You're right. So as you probably guessed, guys, I have not eaten today because it's not my eating window yet. My feeding window. I like that expression. It feels like, when you say feeding window, you really feel like you're like a little animal that gets
right. If
fed
someone's
at
going to
certain
stick
times.
a carrot through a window for you.
Yeah. So that's what I'm doing with regards to health, guys. Yeah, definitely something I really spend a lot of time on.
Yeah. No, I think Twitch is a great way to put intermittent fasting into one schedule, because it's like you just talking for 5-6 hours. It's very natural to forget to eat while you're on Twitch.
Yeah, but I recommend it, guys. I definitely think it's very doable. It's maybe one of the nicest things I've done where you can actually see the weight loss benefits right away. I'm not doing it like primarily for that, but you can see it it's so easy because you don't have to restrict yourself in what you're eating, but just got to be disciplined about when you're eating.
How long does it have to be to count as intermittent fasting? Because obviously everyone goes 2 or 3 hours between a meal and a snack.
Yeah, I had someone make a joke yesterday. Yeah, I intermittent fast too. For
like 7 times a day.
Yeah. I'm just doing something standard with 16 hours of not eating and 8 hours of eating. So that's really considered the absolute standard. You can do more. You can do 18-6, and I haven't done those longer things yet. I think I just I like to build up to things incrementally so it doesn't feel like a big radical change. So I think I will be doing longer fasts at some point, all in the service of health, guys, right? Not so much trying to become, like a thin, so thin, but for health, I think it's a good thing.
Yeah. There's nothing as good as health. So over here, the last two moves in this game, we had h6, b3, rerouting the knight that was pressuring b6, but no breakthroughs on the queen side. So the knight comes back through b2. Do you think the knight might just plop on e5 and get a trade? Or do you think maybe bishop to b4 is going to be the setup once the knight's on d3? We're not going to find out this game because Muzychuk is starting a fight.
Yeah, okay. So it definitely feels like white hasn't really gotten anywhere in this game. Would you agree with that, David? Like, I don't see any particular dividends that having our knight on a4 has paid to us. Like, we haven't won any, the b6 pawn. We haven't really managed to make progress anywhere. And so g5, okay, knight d3, yes, that's good. So she's rerouted her knight to be able to capture with the knight. But yeah, black looks absolutely fine to me. Our bishop on c3 is just quite poor of a bishop. And I don't really see issues for black. I mean, I can see maybe things going downhill for white, but white, okay, as long as white doesn't take on g5 and doesn't open up the h3 pawn as a target, it probably shouldn't be so bad for white either. So after pawn takes f4, knight takes f4, bishop d6, for example, David. Let's just look at that. Oh, it's not black's turn yet. Okay. Sorry, it is. Oh, black just played knight c6. That's why we can't move again. So what does white do? Just play rook g2 or something. Just some random move.
All right, we'll do it.
Pawn takes f4, knight f4, bishop d6. So is this a viable strategy for black, or do I want to take on f4 is really the question, David. So let's say I play rook g1. Do we want to take on f4? Let's evaluate that position. I think we kind of do. I mean, I think that there's nothing wrong with that trade. So if black could get it, the position is close enough that those two two knights can do quite decently against the bishop. So I guess the knight would need to go somewhere. Let's try to move the knight away then.
Yeah, I agree with your evaluation here. So bishop d6, we'd have to move the knight away.
Yeah, and then
H5
like let's say
could be
rook
one
g8.
possible spot.
It's interesting that the computer is giving this as like advantageous to white, but it's really hard to see where that advantage is coming from. Like white has to open the game somehow, right? Is there like an e4 coming? Actually, let's just go e4 here, David. That's what it is, isn't it? It's that break that the king can always recapture that pawn by going to e3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there, that's actually
I'd be pretty
something
happy
for white, right? It feels like, okay, you're going to go king e3 and, you know, maybe knight f4. And maybe, you know, bishop e1 at some point, David, and bishop h4.
If you could bring this bishop back into the game, I would be excited to see that.
Yeah.
I would be excited to see this bishop back in the game, yeah.
The engine says b4. Really, like in this position or earlier? Because
I don't know.
Must be. I mean,
I don't know if that's for white or black or at what point.
No, it must be
exactly.
for white, and they're all excited about that because, like, what does that mean? But okay, let's go back.
Oh, like black can't take because the knight's here. But I mean, what does it do?
All
right.
But basically, I guess this e4 move is still a possibility that black should watch out for. So
yeah.
Well, maybe black, of course, black doesn't have to trade on f4. Like none of that is forced. They can play. But if they don't trade, do we want to go knight e5, David? Like, let's say we play rook g8. Okay, rook g2, rook g8. Yeah, rook g2. You got to throw in.
Well, if you want to go knight e5, do you have to even wait?
Right. Okay. Yeah, you can go knight e5. Yeah.
Just go knight e5. Takes.
Knight takes. Yeah, I don't see what we gained, right? Like. E4, you're probably not even going to really succeed in opening things up so much. So it seems like knight e5 is not so much of an idea.
Yeah, this looks like a very comfortable French for black now to me. Like, fairly solid structure here. White needs something more dynamic than that. Okay, so we answered one big question, which is, you know, what about just plunking the knight? Doesn't seem to do much. What if you played e4 first as sort of a pawn sack, and if black takes twice, then you plunk the knight?
Yeah, go ahead, try it.
The pawn on e4. So we go here.
Yeah.
Now,
let's take a couple of times.
Yeah, there's another question that takes, knight takes, black might have bishop g5. But okay, our first question would be takes, check. Takes and then takes. So here the concept is we ultimately recapture the pawn on e4, and now there's a pawn majority in the center, and there's some more scope for the bishops.
Yeah, that's the concept. That is the concept. Can black play something like bishop b4 here, David, to upset your concept a little bit?
Yeah. I also found a purely tactical solution that leads to a dead draw.
E3, yeah? E3 and knight
which
e5.
Is knight d4.
Ah. Oh, nice. Good job. Whoa, why is it not? Oh, rook f1.
Oh, because there's rook f1. Brilliant, David. Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah. But I think maybe that e3 move. What about e3?
Let's try your suggestion of e3 instead. So Irina's idea is to take the king away from the bishop.
Yeah, and then go knight e5. Well, I mean, you can always play like rook f1 and king d2.
Not sure where to put this king here.
Yeah.
Every
King
square has its
G7.
downsides. Okay.
Let's go to g7. I mean, it feels like white still has some initiative here. White's down a pawn, though. So that's kind of relevant. Knight g6 just, and on d5, e5, right?
Okay, if we're up a
bishop
pawn,
d7.
then I don't need to be as scared for black.
Yeah, bishop d7, though. Not here, but before d5.
Okay.
You can also try bishop d7 here.
Mm.
Oh, there's rook f8. I mean, it goes
Rook
on and
f8.
on, you know?
Yeah.
Even there's rook f8. There's a lot of different things. There's, rook d8 is fine. Yeah, rook f8 maybe.
Yeah. Interesting.
Well, let's go back. Let's go back and see what's going on because they're getting close to the time trouble phase. What move are we on, David? Do we have a move here?
She's made a move just now, and she's on move 29.
Okay, so Maria is not in time trouble or anything, but she's got to think about the clock.
Mm-hmm. And that's a surprising move. I mean,
yeah,
Maria breaks on the G file,
right?
And a rook off the G file.
Yeah. So what happens, David, if pawn takes f4 and rook g8? Pawn takes f4,
pawn takes,
knight takes,
and take the file.
Rook g8. Yeah. What's the issue here? I mean, on e4, there's always bishop g5, right? Kind of tricks.
Yeah, we've got to be quite careful about that. I don't really see it. I mean, I would give up this file. Now I kind of want to bring the king over to cover the penetration points, but there's always bishop h4 check. And, and then the rook is still a problem here a little bit.
Yeah, rook c1 was a bit of a weird move. Okay, but let's say what other ideas can we find for Maria? Maybe not this one. Let's try something else.
You don't think this looks good for her? Or
No,
you
this
just want
looks
to see what else
fine. This looks rational enough. Like any other ideas? It's not like she has a lot to do with her knights. Her knights don't really have outposts yet. What if she plays bishop d6? I mean, I'm just curious if she does nothing. I want to figure out like what is White's point.
Right. I mean, this might get White to play knight e5, which I mean I don't think is much.
Maybe
for
bishop
White,
b4, David. Bishop b4. Can we try that? Right here. Maybe that's the point. Maybe that's why she's putting her rook on c1.
Oh.
So that kind of makes sense, doesn't it?
Oh, sneaky.
And then I get to trade off my bad bishop and put pressure on your knight on c6. Okay, so that's the idea of rook c1. So she wants to go bishop b4.
Right.
And
if the rook moves away, she can still put pressure on the c file. Like if black starts with rook g8 here.
Yeah, rook g8. So unfortunately, you don't have bishop b4 anymore.
Right. And you can trade and play bishop b4, and then black holds tight, I think, with rook c8.
Yeah.
Should be okay. So I don't think that does much either.
Yeah, where you can even take on b4 and go c5, and that would have been interesting too.
Oh, true.
Start pushing.
True. So okay.
Yeah.
Might this work? Here.
Yeah, I don't really see what's wrong with rook g8.
Okay. My idea is to maybe play bishop g1, threatening the knight, get you to put the rook back on c8, and then maybe be able to come to b4 there. Right? Because if I try like bishop b2, then you can always just come back, and then I don't have bishop b4 on the table.
Okay, so king e2. Bishop e1 is your idea, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, not much is going on here. All right, bishop d6, David. Let's try it.
Okay. Trying to resolve g4. And
yeah, just trying to see what do you want.
Okay. Thinking of
right.
playing
now,
here anyway.
If I take an f4, you're going to take on c6, right? Or
yes, that's the idea.
That's
and
the idea. Trying to come in with your rook.
King e7 and
yeah.
Oh, bishop
h4 yeah,
will win for me. Yeah. Okay. Bishop e1 moves worked out a little bit there. Okay. So
bishop e1, you're attacking my knight. Let's look at that. Bishop e1. What if I defend it with like knight going back to b8?
Mm-hmm. Do you have any interest in maybe bishop g3? It's weird because I can't ever like do anything proactive.
So she took
she's moving something.
She took on f4. Okay, we got to capture.
She's moving something. Let's see what she's done. There's some captures happening.
Capture
right
on f4
now.
and recapture.
Took on f4.
Yeah. So we talked
Knight
about that.
takes
That was like
f4.
my first instinct was to take on f4, and then I think what was I trying to do here? It was either rook g8 or bishop d6, right? Rook g8, I think was what I was doing.
I think you played rook g8 and it looked fine, and then we were just checking if there were other things. So it looks like she's coming around to your first idea and saying, yeah, this looks fine. We're going to be taking another short break here, everybody. So bear with us as Maria Muzychuk has just played your move, Irina. She's also played rook to g8. Do you think that there are any winning chances for black in this endgame against the bishop pair?
Well, so far I'm not sure that I really see any winning chances for anybody in this game, David, but we're just going to have to stick around to see what evolves in these games. And so we'll see you guys on the other side of the short break.
Chess Kid is fun. Chess is great for the brain, but it's also fun to play. And Chess Kid makes it easy to have fun. Whether your child is a total beginner or a prodigy, they can hop on and find a well-matched opponent from around the world at any time. Chess Kid is the safe, parent-approved way for your child to play chess online. Chess Kid is educational. To kids, it feels just like playing, but chess is a great way to learn patience, strategy, and critical thinking. Chess Kid features a comprehensive training program that guides kids to level up on their way to mastery. There are more than 50,000 chess puzzles and a whole library of entertaining videos that teach strategies, tactics, openings, and endgames specifically for kids. Chess Kid is easy. Whether you're a parent helping your child, a coach managing dozens of kids, or a school of hundreds. Signing up is free and easy, so what are you waiting for?
Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament 2022. We can see here the players locked in battle. They are down to 10, 15 or so minutes each. So there's not going to be a lot of wandering around anymore in this phase. We wanted to give everybody the information about the prize fund. There are 250,000 euros on the line for these 8 players, as well as the World Championship match. So whoever wins this event and becomes the candidate will be earning 60,000 euros. Yeah, you can see the other prizes here.
It's pretty. So basically what that means, guys, is the people who lose in the first match are going to get 20,000. The people who lose in the next match are going to get 30,000. And the person who wins the overall thing and qualifies to play Wenjun for the World Championship match is going to get 60,000 euros, which, in my opinion, should be a higher amount, David, based on the amount of work it would take to, first of all, to qualify for the candidates, and then to actually win 3 against 3 top opponents in a row. But on the other hand, actually, after doing that, once you qualify for the match, there will be, of course, additional money for you, from the World Championship Prize Fund itself. So there will be some hundreds of thousands of dollars, up for grabs. I mean, I think the last World Championship match might have even had like $500,000 or something like really large for the prize fund. I mean, when I say large, I mean, we are speaking in relative terms. Like, I think it was the largest women's World Championship prize fund to date. So things are definitely improving. But, when I see the prizes, of course, I just feel even more appreciation for the Sinkfield family and the prizes that we have at the St. Louis Chess Club, which really have just moved U.S. chess to a different level, right? Because this year, actually, David, 2022 is the year that I won the most money in a chess tournament ever. And I actually had, thank you, David. Yeah. And I, first of all, it was the American Cup. We were playing for up to $30,000, and I'd never won more than 25 in a single tournament. So winning 30,000 first, I kind of beat my own record. And then playing in the U.S. Women's, I had a chance to beat that by winning 40,000. They also increased the prize fund for this year, but I got second, so I got 30,000 again. So I guess 30 is my lucky number. It's not so bad. It's all right, guys. You don't need to cry too hard. And I'm gonna get more chances, I think, because St. Louis is going to be hosting more events next year that I'll be able to play in. So I mean, I know this is not the Sinkfield Cup or the U.S. Championship, but I did just want to mention like how much St. Louis Chess Club has done for chess in general and women's chess in particular, and just elevated the prizes to levels like I feel like if you are, compare, right, like say the prizes at the Sinkfield at the St. Louis Chess Club for the women and to this event, probably something commensurate would be like a first prize of at least like 200,000, in my opinion, David.
Yeah, I mean, considering the level of these players and the effort and the length of this competition, I definitely see your point about it. And I think that maybe things work out for the player who becomes the candidate, who wins the whole thing, because they'll get more money in that World Championship match. But if you think of somebody playing, 1, 2, or 3 matches here and not being the ultimate winner, that person's not getting an incredible payday for the level of
effort. This event. I agree, David. That's but still things are improving, and everything is gradual and incremental. And I was actually quite intrigued by this thread on Twitter posted by Emil Sutovsky, who is the basically the CEO or the general manager of the World Chess Federation. And he posted about, why is there less interest for this women's candidates event? Like, there's no spectators in the, I guess, playing hall compared to the regular events with the top men. And I guess, just a lesser audience. And it is a top event in women's chess. So he brought up this whole, this whole topic. And I feel like he got a lot of good answers as to, first of all, here's something interesting, David. One guy just said, well, this is not something to do with chess in particular. This is just, women's sports versus men's sports, in general. So that's just how it is. And we're very happy to see your cute child there, David. Do you want to show us who we got there and introduce?
He's playing chess here, actually.
Oh, there we go. Now, oh, beautiful. All right, you got him started early. So tell us, David, what is your son's name?
Tu veux dire ton nom? Lupin.
You said Luke?
Lupin, like Arsène Lupin.
Ah, wow. Okay. Wow, nice. I gave him a French name, so that's cool. How old is he now?
Tu veux plus de pièces? Ok, il y a un grand sac de pièces ici. Beaucoup d'extra pièces.
All right. Well, David's going to be a little busy. I'll tell you guys about... you tweeted me to say there were 6.1. Oh, Lawrence, yes. Well, yeah, first of all, guys, of course, all of you are our viewers. And so definitely we're happy, that all of you guys appreciate these top ladies playing. So I thought there were a few, good answers in that thread from people. Okay, so people pointed out that it's not ideal for big tournaments to clash. And obviously when there's a Fischer Random World Championship going on, that will get a lot of attention. I mean, it's a super exciting event. It's a rapid event. It has Magnus and Hikaru. I mean, no doubt that that's going to get a lot of attention. And Emil said, well, it's very difficult to have a long tournament that doesn't clash with any other major events, which is totally true. Totally get that. I mean, that chess calendar is extremely busy these days, guys. So like right now, after the Fischer Random World Championships, we're going to have the chess.com Global Chess Championships in Toronto.
Right.
And, you're just going to clash with something. So that is, maybe a little bit unavoidable. Someone suggested that maybe you should have these events together, like hold it parallel to like a big overall tournament, which like I think is interesting. Like if you, let's say you had the men's candidates and the women's, or whatever, the open candidates and the women's together, that would certainly bring up the viewership numbers like we have at the US Championships. I always liked that idea. Like I always thought that would they improve the visibility of the top women when you combine it with like a top overall event. And, I think people often find that it's like, yes, there's less viewers on women's chess, but if you're combining it with like, a tournament that people are watching anyway, they're actually very interested. And I always got the feeling like, okay, of course, US Championship is, let's say, our flagship tournament, but the U.S. Women's Championship is, has a lot more decisive games, a lot of good storylines, and in a way, it's just like, makes the whole U.S. Championship like so much more colorful. And if you think, so when you combine these events, it's just like it's kind of great for both tournaments actually, because if you think about the U.S. Championship, like what happened in the last round, we had this very anticlimactic draw between Caruana and Aronian, like where there was just no play involved. And it actually allowed, Caruana to win first place. There were a few other quick draws on the open side, right?
Yeah.
But a lot of the suspense was really removed from the tournament. And so Caruana got that. It worked out for him, that strategy. Ray Robson wasn't able to win. He actually nearly lost to Jeffrey. But on the women's side, like all the games being played, actually Jennifer had a long game. Like I had a long game against Anna for like 5 hours, and it was like, really suspenseful, like in that final round. So I do think combining, let's say an open event with a women's event is actually going to add to both events. And my other, the other comment, someone said, there's only 2 matches being played here. And yeah, that is really a big minus, guys. In general, fans prefer to watch events where there's a lot of games. Chess just has this nature where not every game is as fascinating as it can be, right? So we need a large number of games to make sure we've always got something interesting to focus on. So when you have a candidates tournament with only 2 games going on, of course, you know, that is not ideal. And, you know, the regular candidates tournament had, how many players? They had, well, they only had 8 players, right? So I guess they had 4 games
4
going
games
on,
at a
which
time.
is also not a ton, but it is preferable.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely in the camp, which I think almost everybody in chat is in this camp of wanting to see all the matches at the same time. For me, like, I could see that spacing them out could be really cool, but when I watch classical chess, I like to watch events that have at least 4 games, actually.
Yeah.
Just in case you've got a dead draw or something, like, it just gives you some more taste or selection, right? It'd be like going to an ice cream store and they only have strawberry. And you're like, are there not like 3 or 4 that I can choose from today? No. So you get.
Oh yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you've got to remember, guys, these days we also have a lot of rapid and blitz events, which honestly are just, they are more exciting to commentate on and to watch, right? So you know, in classical chess, you gotta have favorable circumstances to make it to attract as many viewers as you can. Right now, people are asking, why was this? Yeah, I didn't even know this candidates was happening until it started. Wasn't advertised much. Just a few weeks ago, I was asking. Actually, I was like, do you guys have a website for the tournament? It was like 3 weeks ago, so I would like to see the schedule. Nope, there was no website. I think there finally is one. But like 3 weeks until the tournament, like nothing, no website for the women's candidates matches. You know, that's sad. Why they split up? I mean, that's not really the fault of FIDE. That, you know, came out as I guess a necessary decision based on the political situation, and they decided to split up the Russian and Ukrainian players. You know, it is pointless to go into that, but that's why it was done like that. And the second group of matches is going to be held actually pretty soon in Uzbekistan, kind of a new location for top level tournaments. And that's going to feature Alexandra Kostyanyuk and Katerina Lagno and Alexandra Goryachkina. And I can't remember, there's, I believe, Tan Zhang Yi for the 4th player. So
nice.
That's what's going on there. And you love the match format, Seth. I'd love to see this used in all candidates. Yeah.
It used to
be. Yeah, I really would like to see, let's say, the overall candidates tournament and the women's together. And I just think that that's already one really easy way to just bring to the world's attention, you know, these top female players and improve the decisiveness statistics of the tournament.
Yeah.
So yeah,
but
most
Irina,
people find. Oh, I'm sorry, David. One last thing. I'm just going to read.
Yeah.
Most people find women's chess more exciting. Yeah, I mean, more decisive games. That's just how it is. More, more mistakes, more excitement in general, more diversity in openings usually. So yeah, it's nice to have like, you know, both.
Yeah. I just want to press you on Seth's point. I think what Seth's really saying is that he likes the matches more than like the double round robin format that's used on the other side. Do you have a preference? I mean, you've seen both. And, you know, I'm sure you've played through all the historical candidates matches.
Yeah.
Like Fischer, you know, versus Larson and so forth. So what's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, and also Fossey says would also save on costs, more efficient to hold one event. Absolutely true, right? Like you would actually save so much money and you would get more value. I mean, in one location, right? You don't have to do as much marketing. Well, we don't know how much is spent on that anyway, but you know, assuming it's more than zero, you don't have to, you know, you don't have to replicate those costs. I mean,
their marketing budget is just like a bonus for Sutovsky per tweet he tweets. So that's the whole FIDE marketing budget.
That's funny, David. But yeah, I mean, definitely Emil's tweets are one of the ways that, the tournament is promoted to the wider audience on Twitter and Facebook. And you can save on commentary and stuff like that. So I don't know. I agree with you. It is efficient. Women's section was amazing. They're fighting to win every game. Well, I'm glad you guys appreciate that. That's how I feel. Like, I feel like, yes, I understand the desire to see the higher rated players play. Of course, I understand, Magnus and Hikaru and all the top players in the world. It's like super exciting to see their games. But on the other hand, they're, we do have that minus that there are like more more draws, a lot more theory, and having like a women's tournament added to it just seems to give it like more excitement and color. That's my general feeling, and I just feel like both sides benefit from it, and I don't see any real minuses from that system. And you asked me, David, about the match format versus double round robin. I don't have like a clear preference. I do feel like the candidates tournaments, even in their double round format, are pretty exciting. But overall matches probably are a more dramatic way to decide things, and especially when they're longer games, like 4 games. I think that's very good. Yeah, I like this format.
Yeah, I think it's fun because like a lot of times you'll see tournaments decided kind of like the US championships. You like referred to Fabi sort of drawing very safely, and then Robson drew, and it's sort of like somebody's winning the tournament, but they're not like winning a game to win the tournament, and they're sort of not even competing against each other. And in fact, if I'm not mistaken, the last 3 rounds in a row, after the rest day, Fabi was half a point ahead of Ray, and they drew 3 games in a row, each of them. And it might have even been 4 games. It might have been the last game before the rest day. So I think, you can get more drama with matches. And the drama we should turn to on the board here also, because with time pressure looming, I think Muzychuk has some chances with the active rook.
Wow. So let's go back a few moves, David. She actually took that open file, and now her rook has invaded on g2. So she played rook g8. And how did that rook get to g2, though? So king e2. Okay. But that still doesn't mean a rook is coming to g2. And then what?
Yeah, then she threatens the knight here.
Ooh, so she moves the knight.
Tempoed the rook off of the pressure against c6.
Wow.
It gives white less resources. I think this bishop a3 was really, really clever. And then she comes and hits the knight. And
that was a surprising move to me, because we talked about this a long time ago, David. We were actually discussed, like, how afraid are we of the move bishop takes f4? So we know that is an issue. I mean, if you go king f2, right? Like, is that really a big problem? Because that's the natural way to defend the file. So they can take, that's obviously what Lei was afraid of. And they can get the knight there. Now, we know that black is, generally fine in this, but at the same time, white is not really worse, right? So how do we defend this pawn, David? It does feel, I mean, I can understand why Lei didn't want to play this position. I got no problems getting that part. Because on bishop d2,
over the board, you could have fear.
d4.
Over the board, we could definitely have some fear in a position like this from white's perspective. This is exactly the kind of structure where knights can outperform our beloved bishops.
Yeah. And how do you defend this f4 pawn? I mean, what's the plan? Bishop b2, bishop c. I mean, ideally, I wanted to put my bishop on e3, if you can call that ideal ever. That's a horrible bishop. But I mean, he would protect both of my weaknesses, and then I think I wouldn't lose, at least, right? So can I go bishop c1 here?
Yeah, perhaps. Then we also have to have maybe bishop f1 in reserve. It's a lot of defensive moves.
Bishop c1.
But it may be like
g3, bishop f1. Yeah, you're holding on. I mean, the 2 bishops are good enough. But I guess it's not that easy to win the f4 pawn.
Yeah, we could try to maneuver this knight here. towards G6.
So knight E7. Yeah, towards G6 looks good. Huh. Well, yeah, it's very tricky. I mean, I guess you have to play Rook E1 with a bishop D7 threat, David.
Okay.
Oh, but that doesn't even work because you can just...
The knight will cover it, huh?
Yeah, knight will cover it, so that didn't even work. I mean, no, I get it why Lei just wasn't comfortable with this. I mean, I agree from a practical point of view, allowing this to happen is like, you know, the computer can say one thing, but we're just not able to quite equalize for white. So she played knight D3, but I mean, that's really unattractive too, right?
Yeah, no, this rook is really strong. I was wondering if she could evict it with king f1 in this position here after knight f6, but I decided the rook wouldn't go to h2. It would just go to g3. And then you still have to come back and defend that pawn, and black continues to improve this knight. And they're maybe going to... well, there's a couple plans for black. There's knight h7 to g5. There's f4 to break up this structure and try and play knight h5
She just played a move, David. I mean, let's see the current position.
Okay,
Maria
let's see
just
it.
played a move. So
f4?
Oh, wow. She played f4.
Making some more space.
That looks pretty good. I mean, that breaks up those pawns. The knight on c6 becomes more relevant. I'm just amazed at how black's position has improved. I mean, you know, it's funny because obviously I was very pessimistic about both Muzychuk's openings today. And obviously we also see that right now. I mean, the tune has completely changed. And now we can say, oh, it worked out so well. Yeah, I mean, who knows if maybe Maria wins today. I mean, it's going to be a totally different story for the final game of the regular match tomorrow. So f4 and
she picked a critical moment to do this because in general, what white would like to do when you play f4 is play e4. Leave the pawn blocking the dark squared bishop and try and open up diagonals for the light squared bishop. But here, of course, tactically, black can just take.
Yeah.
So that's good. Then I guess the other calculation would be, what about king f1? You would have to double check as well, I guess. And then it's probably just that rook g3 and both pawns are attacked.
Okay, so Lei is in thought. They're about the same on the clock. So if you take on f4, there's even knight h5, right?
Yeah.
Is that the idea?
I would expect knight h5 there.
Yeah, it looks pretty tempting. Okay, what can white do? Let's go back a little bit. Let's try not to lose for white.
All right, let's try.
Bishop d2, David.
Bishop d2. Try to right to switch over.
Yeah, I'll try to bring that bishop back and also attack the knight on c6. That looks kind of reasonable. I mean, computer hates it, but it seems playable.
It looks clever to me. I'm wondering about knight h5
right?
here.
Yeah. Keep going with that.
All that I've calculated so far is that if you take the pawn here, then knight g3 wins for black.
Yeah, I can't go e4 because of knight g3 and you win. Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And it's amazing that the computer doesn't like knight h5. Maybe it's because
take to play here, but there's knight d4.
Oh, wow. This is very tricky. Hold on. So this looks so good for black, and yet the computer is saying that this is still
What's not winning about this move? Maybe here would allow white to take the pawn.
And after rook h2, you're not worried about anything, yeah? Oh, rook h2, king g1 traps the rook, kind of.
Follow it, yeah.
I mean, it doesn't win the rook because you can take on e3, but I guess the rook is kind of trapped there.
Yeah. All right, since they're in time trouble on both boards,
King f1 is saying, English is saying,
attempt
King f1, rook g3, pawn e4. Did king f1 happen? No. Rook g3, e4, rook g, pawn e, and he wants to do some kind of a fork. I don't know if he's talking about this exact position. Let's go back. Let's go back to the current board.
I think for the moment, the live position is f4 has been played, and Lei has been thinking for 2 minutes, which is like a heavy think. At this stage here.
Yeah, you can feel that she is under pressure. She definitely She knows that things gone so badly wrong, and I think it's such a horrible feeling to have such a quiet position where you were better, and to get outplayed to such an extent that you're just like defending a really ugly position. And she did play bishop d2.
Yeah, chat probably can't see exactly the move number. That was move 36. So there are 5 moves for Maria to make, 4 moves for Lei Tingjie to make.
Okay, so there was a trade. So she didn't go knight h5, right? Probably because of that king f1 line that we saw.
Yeah. Yeah, the king f1 was saving.
Knight e7.
Nice move.
Nice. Wow, she's really just bringing all of her pieces in. Her pieces are so beautiful here.
Oh, this is painful. I mean, my first thought is bishop d3 to chop that piece when it comes to f5 because it would be so strong. But that's not going to be good.
I think that's
white.
what she did. I think that's what she did.
Yeah, she's got a minute on the clock. You're going to play a lot of sort of first moves that pop into your head at this point.
So now the question is, should we go knight h5, David? I think that's my first instinct. Knight h5.
Knight h5,
king
and then
f1.
you're probably expecting king f1 again.
I mean, if I go knight f5, I guess you'll be taking me. And of course, I like my position there. But also, don't forget that h6 pawn is hanging, huh? That actually can be a little bit relevant. I mean, I'm not sure, like, after knight f5 that it's really going to hang, because then you go f4 in the end of all of that and you try to trap the bishop.
Yeah.
So maybe it's not hanging. Knight f5 is a possibility. I would also say... I mean, should she go just h5? Like, just make sure that pawn never is a problem. h5.
I think giving up the option of knight h5, she won't do it this phase in the scramble.
I don't think
she's going to want to hit some tactics.
So I want to know one thing, David. When I go king f1, where does your rook in general want to go? Is it to g3?
Usually it just drops back to g3, and then the king has to cover the f pawn and comes back up to e2, and then we keep improving the knights and come back to g2 whenever we want to, because white doesn't have a good way to cover
I actually
g2.
think, h5, h4 is like a reasonable idea, but she went knight h5. Okay,
nice
cool.
tightening. Yeah, I had that read, like she was going to want to land a tactic in the next 3 moves. She feels the initiative, right? And also that thing you said at the very beginning today about when you're up on time, and like it makes you feel like you're winning. When Lei thought for like 2.5 minutes, and plays bishop d2, bishop e3, and she's down to a minute on the clock, that minute makes you feel like see blood as black.
Yeah, so right now, is knight g3 a threat? On knight g3, I guess you could still play king e1 and then go to d2. No, but king e1, there's also bishop b4. You're also going to get attacked from that side. I mean, that's starting to look really unpleasant. I would even say...
I mean, that's checkmate even, right? Like if I play a4 for white here.
Yeah, is it
knight
checkmate?
G3,
can't I go to e1? Can't I go to d1 technically? And no, I want to go to d1 with my king.
Yeah. If you go to d1,
I want to go to d1.
Then you won't be walking into bishop b4.
No, I can go to e1 and then to d1 even. Like, I don't think there's like a checkmate. It's just kind of ugly.
Right.
Yeah, of course it's ugly, but not quite checkmate yet.
The noose is getting tight. We could be losing a piece to knight f5 here now that there are 2 knights on f5, or dropping some kind of material.
Hey guys, I see you've got a lot of new people joining us at this exciting stage of the game as Maria Muzychuk is trying to win with the black pieces and equalize the score in the match. And hey, Nanuka, welcome, guys. Okay, so Lei just played king f1. Remember, I asked that question, where do we go if that rook gets attacked? So now we're going to get the answer. Where is Maria going to go? I think g3. I think you're right, David. And rook h2.
She's got her hand over the rook.
Yeah.
And rook g3.
Yeah, rook h2. The rook would be a bit trapped after king g1, I think. Okay, so now after king e2, because, I mean, you don't have a whole lot of ways to defend the f3 pawn.
Yeah.
After king e2.
Yeah. Just quickly point out to everybody, bishop e2, knight f5 looks like, oh no, you'd want no part of that. So
yeah, that looks really ugly.
King e2.
So now king e2 back. do we go? Where do we go, David? Like a knight f4, of course, is better, but it also leads to bishops of opposite color. Like, not so sure about that.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop f4, also not so sure about that. I don't even know what Lei is thinking about. Isn't her move pretty obvious? Just king e2.
Yeah, I mean it's the lack of confidence. She's down to 20 seconds here. You can feel that Maria's like poised to kill.
Wow. I really do think Maria will win this game. I don't know how she's going to do it yet, but I just think that she will.
Yeah, she's
Wow,
trying to like not betray that she's counting down her opponent's seconds there.
King e2. Okay, on the board.
E2.
So now she where is the big advantage, David? It's like the knight on e7. How do we get him involved? Like knight f5, you're going to take it. Like how big is that edge? You're certainly better. Knight g6, you're probably going to take it too. I can take with the king. Yeah. But I mean, it doesn't look clear. It's really interesting because like the advantage that black has, according to the eval bar, is huge, but I don't see something like a knockout blow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't see it either. And I think Maria doesn't quite either. She was sort of like hoping that Lei would, panic, run out of time, blunder something a little bit here.
So Lei actually just made the time control, didn't she, with that last move?
Yes.
She got 30 minutes back. And Maria has to make a very important decision with 30 seconds. I almost wonder if she should repeat again, maybe go rook g2, and then repeat twice and then get more time to think. I think this is a critical moment. It's probably what I would do. Rook g2, king f1, rook g3, king e2. It's only a 2-time repetition as far as I know, right, David? Can we check that?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you're right.
Yeah.
Let me just check. Rook g3 has only been played once. Her rook's only been on the square once all game, basically. So
I don't think I would make that big choice about what to do here with one minute left.
Mm-hmm. I gotta say, Lei looked very calm throughout this blitz. Like she's under pressure on the board and on the clock.
Yeah.
She seemed to really be holding it together.
Yeah, Maria has to make a big decision now. 15. Rook g2, Maria. Don't change anything. Don't change anything. Okay. She went knight c6. Okay. I think the computer liked that move, right? Liked it enough. Okay.
The idea here is to, take the d pawn after the check on f4. But we're going to have to go check the other game and see what happened with their time scramble.
Yeah.
So,
all right, let's go see how that came out. Second best, she's still in control.
Goodness.
Okay, good to know.
That G pawn is getting pretty close, isn't it? Wow.
All right. So David.
Quite the developments over here.
Oh, wow. Oh, they have progressed a lot. Let's go back and see what we missed.
Okay.
Okay.
So G5. Oh, look at this. We didn't even notice this candidate move the first time around.
Yeah. So the players after move 40, guys, they're getting an extra 30 minutes. So if you're seeing that time is being added to them, that is typical for a chess game, that you make a certain number of moves in a certain amount of time. And then when you reach that sort of 40 moves, you get extra time for the rest of the game. And they're also getting 30 seconds per move every time they move.
Yeah. So this was quite a move, activating the rooks. We really see like how much better f4 was than the move I would have played, h4 in a game. But this move, getting the rook active and just ignoring the g pawn, doubling rooks on the c file, and she gets active and manages to get after the b7 and a7 pawns. Anna defended here with rook d7. Now knight c5. King can't go to the c file because of knight e6. We get a trade and a pawn grab. Yum.
So, okay, obviously Humpy came out of this like pretty well. So what happened? Bishop e5 and somehow that h2 pawn fell.
And maybe like knight a5 to c6. Yeah.
Wow, incredible. I mean, okay, I don't think black should have any real difficulty making a draw here.
Right. When she brings the knight to a5, though, black's got no way to get all 3 pieces out of the way of this knight c6 thing, right? So she's kind of... It's hard to get use out of the knight sometimes on the open board, but she manages to do it. And now it's 2 passed pawns against 1. King d3 was the time control move for Humpy. It's slightly surprising to move your king away from the opponent's passed pawn, but she's kind of weirdly squeezed because she's on the wrong side of this rook. You know, it's like f2 is not going to be an option, and there isn't another way to untangle the king and rook, is there?
Okay, so yeah, I mean, basically black is the one with the initiative in this position, guys, despite the fact that white is up a pawn. White's pawns are not very advanced, and oh, is this on the board? All of this? Okay,
oh,
here,
they're playing some moves.
94. Okay. Yeah. So obviously, yeah, what matters here is that black's pawn is the further advanced one, and white is just trying to stop it. So how does black continue to advance that pawn? Do we go king g4 to f3, David? That's one way.
Yeah.
I assume that rook h2, you can just trade and go knight f2, and that's a draw, right? Like in the worst case.
And I think that this is knight takes g3 the simplest.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good point. Oh, wow. Yeah. So we just, because, well, we're not just giving up the knight for the pawn. We're also trading rooks in the meantime. So that's a really good drawing option. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that in terms of like if black wants to press, it would have to be your first idea of bringing the king towards f3.
Yeah. So let's go there. I mean, yeah, white can always take the pawn. I mean, I guess that should be a pretty easy draw, David. Like, let's just actually, what if I just take it here? I'll take it and I just go like king c3. How do you ever win this position?
I think that's just a fortress.
I mean, can't I just put my king on a2 and just kind of like sit there with my rook? Like, I don't really see myself losing that.
You can put the rook on the second or the b file, and that should be a fortress.
Yeah.
I'm no expert on fortresses, but that looks pretty secure.
Yeah. So that's interesting. Is it interesting? Oh, they agreed to a draw. Okay. Wow. So what happened? Knight e4, Humpy offered the draw, and Anna accepted?
Last move I'm seeing there, yeah.
Yeah, interesting. So what happens on king g4, David? Like, is knight g3 really what was planned, or was there like a different way for white to play? What do you think?
Well, right now we're watching the players for a second. We don't have the board up. They're signing the arbiters there.
Yeah. Well, I think overall, this was a pretty good game for Anna Muzychuk. I mean, she certainly never had problems. She tried, she tried a bit. I mean, I think her g5 move was a bit surprising from the point of view of trying to win the game, but she's going to have one more chance tomorrow. She's in a must-win situation tomorrow with the white pieces, and she's going to have to go all out, guys. You don't want to miss that one.
You know what's interesting there, Irina? It's making me laugh, but Anna's sister is playing on the board next to her, but Anna just walked straight out of the room after finishing her game, and Humpy stopped to check out what's going on the other board. And,
wow. I didn't notice that detail. That is really quite telling, isn't it?
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I mean, any chess player sometimes gets really caught up in their own game, forgets that there's anything else. But there are also a lot of chess players who love to just look at some other games that are going on that might be interesting, right? So it's kind of funny, like Humpy showing like one kind of tournament player who's like, just, oh, there's an interesting position over there. Let's see what's happening, And Anna just like walking straight out, forgot that her sister was even in the same event as her, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. Well, she is in a fight for her life, right? It is a pretty tough situation when you're in a must-win situation.
That's true.
She's looked mad ever since she lost that first game. Yeah, that first game was really unnecessary for her to lose, and I can understand why she would be upset after that game, kind of letting that happen. But in general, guys, I can tell you this. I mean, it's, at least from what I know, the sisters are really supportive of each other.
Yeah.
They never play against each other. Their games are always like some kind of quick draws. And I do think that's the one unfortunate thing about this format is like, for a Muzychuk match to happen, I mean, both of them are really going to try to win their matches. And then what if they face each other? I mean, they've never played each other before, ever. Are they going to play? I mean, what are they going to do? Are they going to make 4 draws and take it to the tie breaks? Are they going to really play a real match, which I think they probably should because there are fans involved. But it's just going to be a new situation for them and a situation that they've tried to avoid their whole lives.
Maybe play rock, paper, scissors on camera. And then one of them says like, okay, good luck in the next round. I'll help you prepare.
Yeah. Have they ever played each other in a tournament? Well, they have played, but not like real games. Like we know that these are just, agreed draws. And I think that's, I think it's fine personally, but, there's other people you can play against other than your sibling. I understand in chess, we technically, shouldn't have that, but we do. And I don't think it's the worst thing ever for the sisters not to play real games against each other. There's other people they can play games with, and they are both very fighting players, and I think, sibling relationship is more important.
Yeah, I would now agree with you.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about, David. That's funny.
I had to mature to reach that point of view.
Yeah, I mean, because I just mean like imagine my sister was like Jennifer Yu, right? Imagine that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, how would you ever have a relationship? It would be hard, right? So I don't think like, you want to inflict pain on your sibling, like, where they're like thinking about jumping out of the window.
Right.
It's like that's not for a family relationship.
Yeah. But it would also make the situation really confusing in the US if we didn't know who the US women's champion were, right? If like you and your sister and you were like never playing each other, it'd be sort of hard to figure out.
Yeah. So why do they show titles for commentators but not players? Well, all of these people are GMs, guys. So there's no.
Maybe once you're playing for the world championship, it's sort of like, okay, it's understood that they're GMs and beyond.
Yeah, you don't really have to think too hard about that. They're all rated over 2,500.
Yeah.
So sibling relationship is more important than the FIDE Women's Championship. Well, guys, they will be forced to play against each other if they do win their matches. So I think at that point, if it's absolutely inevitable, there will be a decisive winner, and they're going to have to just play it out. It's just something that when they've had a choice, they've tried. They've avoided playing against each other. So that's been going on for years. Okay, let's see. Oh, Lei has actually played Rook D1 after Knight C6, and she spent a decent amount of time on that, like close to 10 minutes.
So preparing to defend D4 and getting out of a tempo of a black bishop landing on F4 after.
Yeah, I guess Knight F4 was like a problem, and then this D4 pawn would hang. Yeah, so let's try Knight F. Let's try Knight F4 here. Yeah.
Just put some moves on the board so we can slowly sort out what's going on with this game. So now this needs to be defended. So my first thought is bishop b5. Just to open up the rook. Do you see a better candidate move to start
go
with?
ahead, do that.
All right,
and then, well, okay, you're holding on. It's certainly ugly. Rook g2, king f1 is always the answer. You can't quite make progress, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, Rajath is asking, this pool of candidates is stronger than those participating in the U.S. women's? Yeah, it's really quite a bit stronger. I mean, this is really like the cream of the crop of, women's chess. And, well, we like these are kind of like the kinds of players that are invited to the Cairns Cup in St. Louis that we will probably be having again in 2023 in February. So perhaps some of those, some of the players we see here might be playing in St. Louis.
Yeah, I'm trying to make the second rank work, even though black doesn't have a lot of room there. So I'm trying to put the rook on h2 and play bishop g3 with limited pieces now. And my plan is to trade on f2 twice and then play knight takes d4.
So you're going there. What can I do? My knight's hanging, but I can just go knight g4, right? Oh, knight g4, you take on a2.
Yeah, at first I thought too. I was like, oh man, that's really resourceful.
Yeah, but you can take on a2 though. But I take on h6. I wouldn't say it's like.
But if we open up the second rank, this is probably playable.
I mean, I do get like a pawn too.
Right. This fellow joins now.
Yeah.
There's definitely some pressure once the second rank's really wide.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it's overall, the thing is the position is ugly no matter what, but the question is, how do you put it away, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is like so passive and so ugly. I mean, the rook on d1 and just the king on g1 and like no real peace, harmony, cooperation. It's just such a disaster for white. But, but in terms of material, white is okay, right? White hasn't lost anything yet. The knight on g4 is all right. Let's see what else we can do.
Okay. So this was the live position is rook d1. We tried knight f4. Do you want to try a different move or look at knight f4 some more?
Well, let's try a different move. Yeah, let's try to see what else we can do. So rook d1. So f4 seems to be such a key square, doesn't it? How else can I improve this position? Bishop f4? All right, let's try bishop f4, because that's the other obvious move, isn't it?
Okay. Yeah, and just for like the candidate move list, I have like maybe a bad looking move, but e5 is another candidate. I mean, dramatically changing the game.
I agree. It's probably not the move, right? Yeah, I mean, because it just kind of trades off like the terrible pawn on d4 and also opens things up for the bishops. But okay, bishop f4. What are you going to do?
All right. So what I should not do is take it. That's a no-no.
Probably a no-no, because you lose the h3 pawn, right?
Yeah.
I guess that's the point. If you take, you can show that to the audience, David, like that. We're taking the pawn on h3.
Yeah.
It's a free pawn.
Free pawn.
Okay, so go back.
So again, my instinct is to reinforce the d pawn with the rook and move this piece to c2 or b5 or something. So I'll try this.
Yeah. So I mean, it doesn't seem like my move was terribly productive. I don't know. What about rook g2 here? Just keep going on my stupid path.
Yeah. I'm on the same one.
Yeah. All right. So rook h2. Yeah, rook h2. My idea, David, in case you want to know, is king g1, bishop e3. And I finally just want to take your bishop and then win with my two pieces against the rook.
So the time has come where this piece must be traded, huh? Barring some really special move. And then the knight comes in.
Yeah, king g1. Maybe. G2,
check
king f1.
Here. And finally, the pawn should fall.
Looks pretty.
Hey, bishop f4 worked out pretty well.
Kind of, but the problem, David, there's also bishop c6, a pawn c6, and rook c1. Oh, but then you take on f3. You probably take better pawns, right? Yeah. Let's put that on the board. So, like, yeah, if you lose f3, okay, that's a big threat here, and knight d3 or knight h3. I don't know. The computer seems to not love either of our suggestions so far, David.
Right. I mean, white sort of.
Yeah. Are
Sort
we
of
allowed
hanging
to
on
discuss Emil
materially?
Satosky's tweet here, KD? Yeah, we have actually spent quite a bit of time discussing it. So we're happy to discuss it. And if you have ideas about that, like, go ahead and bring it up in the chat. Yeah. Let's go back, David, and see, are we missing a stronger move here than knight f4, bishop f4?
Yeah, they both looked playable. Do you want to look at my stupid move? Or
I
wait
mean,
till we
I
think
don't
of a
know.
better
It's
one?
pretty stupid. Okay. All right, David. I'll give it a go. Let's
All right,
let's
we'll play
let's look at a
E5.
bad move.
And takes.
All right, so I take.
takes.
So you've opened up my bishops. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I don't even care if I give you a couple of pawns, David, because like, okay, b6 is weak. I mean, I guess you have knight f4. That's your idea. Mm-hmm.
Right. You may have like a
I guess
moment
that
here to
has
play
some
F4
point. Yeah,
from
f4
white.
is interesting. Yeah, can I go
But,
there?
Yeah, otherwise I was trying to take the F pawn and then come into F4 as needed.
Yeah.
So here and now we could, if we trade on D3, the knight defends F4 but leaves H3 hanging.
Yeah.
Looks playable. We could throw in D4 here as well, and on pawn takes, rook check. Looks pretty exciting for black, actually. That's what I want to try.
Yeah. Oh, Puzzles for Breakfast just said something that I really like. So, yeah, I was going to tell you, David. I was like, did you know that the bird has been freed? No?
I guess the analysis of what is freedom would take us longer than
Yeah, well, that's
than the
true.
position
But
on the
I
board.
mean, you should see that. You should see like the atmosphere on Twitter. You know, since then, it's like people are like finally saying all the things that they have not been able to say. You know, for a while. You know, you can definitely see the difference already.
Okay. I was on Twitter, but I didn't yet see any difference. But I'm
yeah,
sure
it depends on who
everybody's
you
Twitter
follow.
looks different,
I guess
right?
it's the kind of people that I follow. Like I can see the jubilation. Is this the only stream of the matches? Is there a FIDE or other side stream? You know,
Good
I'm
question.
not sure who else is covering this. I don't know. I feel like maybe we are the only ones, David.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we could, you know, you guys could try twitch.tv/FIDE and see if there's anything.
Yeah.
I don't know if they even have a channel. But
this might be the main one. And
as my younger siblings would tell me, they would tell me Google is your friend anytime I have a question about anything. All right. So sorry to have this mess in front of you folks. Let me put the live position back on the board where Maria is deep in thought, because we are going to go to
oh wow,
a little
of course
break
FIDE has
here.
a stream. Well, okay, cool. But I don't even know about it. So who is commentating, guys, on the FIDE stream? Maybe you guys can tell us. Don't leave us to do that, but
no, they can do it now. Now is the perfect time because we're going on our little break, right?
Oh,
we could even
going?
go. We could even go watch it ourselves.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, the games are the remaining game is a very high stakes game for Maria Muzychuk. She is fighting to stay in this match. She badly needs a win with the black pieces in order to equalize the score in this match before the final classical time control game tomorrow. And if she can pull it off, it's going to be huge. So stay tuned, guys. We're going to be back in a few minutes, and this endgame will be going on for a while.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Welcome back, everybody, to Chess.com's coverage of the 2022 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. And we had a dramatic moment just now in this match between Lei Tingjie and Maria Muzychuk. You can see them here. Maria in thought, Lei in thought. They are in a 4-game match in game 3, 1-game lead for Lei Tingjie. And Maria just made this tough decision to make progress by allowing opposite-colored bishops.
Okay, so she did go for knight f4. This is one of the things that we talked about, David. Okay, so bishop b5. Yeah, that's actually exactly what we had talked about, right? And that was that position where, how did we get that? That was your idea, rook g2, king f1, and rook h2, and trying to go with bishop to g3.
This is what I had tried here. I checked out the FIDE broadcast while we were on break.
It's very disloyal of you, David. I can't believe you went somewhere else.
But they suggested a better move than I did. So we can now bring that move over here to chat. And they were suggesting that knight b4 was strangely strong here for black, because after a4 you have knight a2 coming into c3.
What a computer
I haven't
line.
verified that yet.
That looks very much like Hans Niemann's idea, right? In one of his games that made it into this YouTube video with a knight at h2.
Yeah.
Very.
So let's see. I mean, you can't go rook c1. If you go rook d3 to stop knight c3, you get knight c1. That's very aesthetic, right? It's like try to stop that, try to stop that. I guess the king could try and come fight for himself for a change. Nope, that's no good. Looks like a great idea. Anyway, so the FIDE broadcast, they've got some good move suggestions.
Yeah.
And Maria just played king e7.
Okay. So king e7, interesting move. She wants to kind of solidify that knight. What could be like the winning plan? Like once your king is on d6, right, David?
I think.
What's the idea? Does she want to go just knight e7? But knight e7 always gets met with bishop d3, right?
Yeah, I think that perhaps the idea is to play rook g2 and bishop g3 like we had looked at before, but with the resource that when you put your bishop on g3, if white goes for rook c1, your king's ready to defend it. So she just wants to be able to hold the c file closed as necessary.
Okay, so yeah.
I see you're enjoying chat, so that's
I'm
cool.
enjoying chat, David. I'm enjoying chat. Exactly.
It's good. We have to have fun,
Yeah, it's the first thing we got to do is have fun, right? I think if we have fun, the audience has fun.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Oh, Alexandra Botez rallying crypto bros into absolute poverty will never not be a delicious thought. Oh, that's funny.
I mean, each word is English, but I don't know.
Yeah,
what they're
exactly. I had
about.
to really focus on that sentence to try to understand the meaning of it. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It must be some other meaning of the word rallying.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I did see that like Alexandra's channel seems to be sponsored by Coinbase, which is I think a nice move from her. It's always good to have some sponsorship, and I think there's worse companies, right, David?
Yeah, sure. Whatever company Elon has, I guess.
Yeah, what is it? I think it's called Tesla.
Tesla, yeah, that's a bad company.
David, what company would you like to be sponsored by? Tell us, David. Is there any company that is acceptable?
There isn't. I just scanned through all the companies.
Wow. They're all that bad, huh?
Yeah.
It's very hard, when you're a big corporation to stay very, very clean. Right.
Yeah.
You're always there's always something that can be found. Like I was reading actually recently came to my attention. Like someone put up something on Twitter about the history of Adidas that I didn't know, and actually Adidas was founded by two Nazi guys in the 1920s and 30s, right? So it's like that's
so
not
they
something
they didn't need to expand much to get some bad apples in their crop.
Yeah, I mean it's interesting, right? It's just like when you go into the history of companies, well, that's just how it is. You'll often find something like that if you go back long enough. I mean, but people also can change, right? And company is probably quite distanced from that past. So, but that was a revelation for me.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, I did not know that Adidas had a German or Nazi origin.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think I guess my stream's not sponsored by anyone, and I guess I can't even think of who I want to sponsor it. So yeah, maybe it'll stay that way. Sounds like it.
Well, I think, I can tell you like a lot of streams are sponsored by Athletic Greens. I've noticed that a lot of podcasts that I like to watch, they seem to all be sponsored by Athletic Greens. There's probably worse things than like some kind of health products, right? I mean,
what does Athletic Greens sell? Like microgreens?
Oh
to
yeah,
put in
it's
your
like
smoothies?
it's like these it's like powders like kind of protein powders and powders with like lots of nutrients in them, things like that.
Oh, the trade. Oh my God, the trade. That makes Muzychuk's last move look really good.
Wow. Okay. So that really did kind of surprise me a bit. And she moved pawn to b4 and then her rook. I know she moved her rook somewhere just now. Or isn't her rook or still on d1? Okay, maybe it's still on d1.
Yeah.
So b4.
I think that this was really good news for Maria. I mean, we've got pawns on dark squares to attack. We've got the active rook. We've got rook and bishop against rook and knight. We've got less pawn islands. It's a pretty good collection of advantages.
Actually, the one Lord God says, actually, bishop takes c6 was the only move. Well,
the only move? Wow.
I mean, I don't know about that, but I do think what it does is it clarifies things for black. Like we know that we never have to be afraid of bishops of opposite color anymore. We know that, I mean, black's bishop is certainly way better than the knight because the knight still can never move because of rook g2. I expect something like king d6 to happen. I also think, actually, David, that at some points in this game, we might see Maria playing pawn e5 and then even getting two connected passed pawns on the C and D files. Like even here, is the move e5 possible? Maybe it's a little early because you can take and play b5, but let's just put e5 on the board.
b5 or e5?
E5.
E5, yeah. Okay.
E like
E5.
Elon.
E like Elon.
No, I'm not done, David, being funny today, okay? It's just the beginning.
Of course. I used to call this pawn Eva, the E pawn, when I did Chess Kid videos.
But,
Eva.
Yeah, but it's an honor of the recent purchase, we'll call it, the E pawn for Elon, because he loves chess a lot. Do you know that he tweets about chess all the time and a lot of nice insulting things?
I saw one tweet of his about chess.
Yeah, he's like, chess is too easy for me.
Yeah.
It's people have been trying to figure it out.
I think all of life is too easy if you're born a multimillionaire.
Well, is he born a multimillionaire? I thought he was
your whole life is on easy mode.
All right. So
maybe knight d3 trying to freeze this, right? I mean, you've got a very simple plan that you want to do. Maybe we can just show people. Like Irina's plan is to first make that pawn trade, then maybe put her king on e6 or d6, depending.
Yeah, that's
but
my
if
plan.
the rook's on d1, she's not going to go to d6. So it'll be something like,
but, the problem, David,
d2,
I wanted to say a
king
problem
e6.
with my line is that immediately there's b5, right?
Oh, b5.
Right. I thought that was kind of maybe
structure.
an issue. Can you put that in? Like, so if I try to split up the pawns before you get a chance to do any of this stuff, can I go b5 here instead of rook d2?
Okay, let's try that. So e5.
Take and b5. Take and b5.
Take once.
Yeah.
And then crack. Yeah, there
Right.
goes the whole structure.
Right.
Not so easy.
I mean,
I
so
was
that
just
wasn't
trying to
the
show
plan.
sort of like your
yeah.
dream scenario, so everyone understood what you were playing for.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, someone likes my dad jokes. Yeah. We'll try to come up with more of those, guys. Okay. So if
people are saying he wasn't born a millionaire, I mean, I don't know if my information's wrong. I thought his parents had like a diamond mine or something like that.
Interesting. Yeah. Well, we can
But
definitely
that's
research
that's
that.
definitely not our expertise. So let's stick with
yeah, that's
the
not
position here.
Okay, so
Bishop D6 was her move.
All right, so Bishop D6. So she's attacking the pawn.
Yeah.
So I guess she's trying to induce white to play like A3. I
Yeah,
mean, the
now
other thing
A3
that
would also-
she has is the C5 idea, right? So
Mhm.
do you think that that could be, I mean, to try to go Rook G2 later? Let's try that. Let's try A3 and C5.
A3. Right. One other nice thing for black about A3 is that's another pawn on a dark square. It's hard to play B5 with the A pawn hanging in some cases, right? So I think this is a very nice development for black. What would you pursue next here? Rook G2 or Rook G8?
Rook G2 or Rook G8. So I was going to look at C5. I was going to ask you about that. I don't know why I want to force things. I just want to see what happens on the forcing moves, and if they're bad, then we'll like look at other kinds of things.
Okay. I'm good with that. Take.
So what are you going to take and play
happy
B5 or take and take?
Maybe I need some counterplay, but that's scary.
Yeah, so what if you just take twice and let my bishop to C5? How bad is that? Yeah.
So now Rook G2 is threatened and Bishop A3 is threatened, right?
Yep. Rook G2. So A4. But now I put you into a pin that you will never get out of, right? So that's the thing. So now I'm just going to, I think now I just use my king to win your pawn, and then I can win the game, right? So like, well, you do have F4, King F3, but I guess it's not even here. It's not like we can just know 100%.
If it's black's move, then we can stop that.
Yeah, E5. That's it. Okay, now
Since
I'm more
you found
convinced.
F4, let's find E5, and now white can resign.
But okay, David, let's go back to the current position because they've made a couple of moves.
Okay, so Bishop D6, Rook C1 was played.
King D7.
King D7.
Okay.
I'm very impressed with Maria.
Yeah, nothing game-changing has happened. I mean, white still has to protect this pawn on B4. And I guess Lei played Rook C1 to actually stop the C5 idea, didn't she? That must have been the point of it all. Stop C5.
Right.
All right, so now she's going to go A3 because there's just nothing else. So let's look at that, David.
Okay.
A3. How are we going to make progress without... The problem with Rook G8 to A8 is that I just keep my rook on C3. E5.
I think E5 is a candidate now, a move you wanted to play before.
Yeah.
Because after takes, the rook's not on your D pawn.
I mean, I still like
So
the idea. It
E5.
certainly looks attractive. I know the computer doesn't love it, but it's a very logical move to me. Let's go back a little bit.
Okay.
By the way, you know, this is their final time control, and we're really going to head into, I think, something really tense because they're under 15 minutes, guys, both of them, and there's a lot of play left in this end game as Maria tries to make something of it. So A3. All right, A3, and other than E5, what options do we have? So if we go Rook G2, again, King F1, and if we go Rook H2...
Oh, Knight D3's been played. instead of A3.
Wow. And I was
so
like,
really trying to clamp on those two breaks that
oh, she wants to go. Actually,
about.
I don't know what she wants to go on. Rook G2. She just. Whoa. What is the point, David?
Where she wants to go on Rook H3 might be the
Yeah.
most important. I think that's why we never considered Knight D3.
Wow.
Like, it was not on my list.
I mean, I'm just shocked. I suppose. Yeah, I don't even know. Like after Rook H3, why is this not just a giveaway of a pawn? Go ahead and take it.
Mm-hmm.
Just take now.
Does she look at all surprised by Knight D3?
I mean, she's thinking, right? So
yeah, by now she's thinking. I missed the moment where it got played. I wonder if
Knight D3 best move again, but I don't get it
surprising.
though. Okay, just take the pawn. Like, what could be the compensation? Just A4, I guess. It must be A4, and she wants to go A5 and create like a passed pawn. That must be it.
Yeah.
What do you think? Let's try that. It's Rook. It's definitely Rook H3, A4. There's just nothing else, right?
A4.
Yeah.
Okay. My first thought then would be Rook H2, trying to get to A2.
Yeah. Well, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, Rook H2,
Okay, we'll do
King E3, and go behind the pawn. And okay, it looks good for pretty good for black. Rook H1, Rook A4, Rook H6. I mean, maybe like that. Rook H1. It's still not over. Rook A4, Rook H6. Yeah.
Yeah, and on Bishop B4, Knight E5 seems to do just enough.
Yeah, like that's the idea, right? That like after Bishop B4, the knight coming to E5 is like really strong counterplay. So she's about to make a move, and she is taking the pawn.
Okay.
So, what was her other option? Can we take a look at that?
Sure.
Knight her other option was Rook G2. So what was the point there? I think the idea was King E3, Rook A2, Rook G1. So she was trying to go for something active where she activates the rook. Wow. That was the concept here.
That's amazing. I would have never considered. I think even if it were my own game and I had dozens of minutes on the clock, I don't think I would have considered Knight D3. It would have been sort of just chopped off my...
Yeah. You know, Knight D3 is a move that was giving away a pawn in two different ways, guys. So it's definitely quite unusual. But we know that active defense is the best kind. So I think that bodes well for Lei. And you never want to stay in a passive position for too long. So Rook G1 here. I mean, Rook G7. Yeah, it is kind of annoying, and White's kind of staying in it. Okay, so she went Rook H3, and Lei answered immediately with A4.
Yeah, and here where Lei played A4, I mean, in theory, like Rook G1's also a move in this position.
Yeah, but she doesn't want to. Yeah, but then she's down 2 pawns, not 1, right? Because she also loses. She lost H3 and A2, so it's like a worse version of the one that we just saw.
Yeah.
So let's go A4. Yeah. And
A4.
Oh, basically we're probably going to get the position that we just talked about, aren't we? I mean, you don't want to just let the A pawn run.
We could also let it run, yeah.
Well, what if we play H5? Yeah. And then what do we do? Do we go A5 or Rook A1, David? Let's go Rook A1. I want to try to just make sure my pawn can advance.
Nice. I almost feel like we should briefly explain that to people before we play it. So Irina's looking ahead that she wants to play A5, and she thinks that Rook check could potentially provide a defense for Black there. So she sees that Black can't stop the pawn break anymore. She plays Rook A1 to stop any Rook A2 defenses. That's asking
so
the
Rook
tough
A1.
questions.
And if we do like a race, actually White is sort of winning that race, right? So King C7, yeah. A5. Pawn or King B7, yeah. It's amazing that the computer's eval bar seems to think Black, seems to think White is fine, even though I still feel like there's some issues here for
I'm
White.
surprised. I'm surprised as well because it feels like we've kept black in charge.
Yeah, I think it's a6, David. I think it's a6, king a7, rook c1.
Okay, I was gonna say I think it's a takes b6, knight c5. So
It could be. It could be. That's also an option I was thinking about. Yeah.
So now you come here.
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't see that move. Nice one.
Yeah, I mean, okay, there's definitely counterplay, right? I mean, the rook coming to c6 is pretty powerful.
Oh yeah.
Let's try your idea now. Let's see if it was also keeping the game.
That'd be even more amazing if white has more than one way here.
Yeah, I actually think it's quite likely, But here, they're probably going to take, and the rook endgame, okay, we're still, actually, I don't know if they're going to take. They might go king b5. Yeah, here we're letting their king get a little too active, David, right? It's probably not ideal. But they're making moves, David. Let's go see what's going on.
Let us see. a4 was played. Rook check, coming over to a2 immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Maria seems less surprised by this turn of events than I would be. This is like where I would just drop down to a couple minutes on the clock because I didn't expect what my opponent was going to do. And suddenly, well, if I'm having a good day, at least once I think about it, I'll realize rook g1's coming. And then I'll just go into the tank trying to keep the position under control.
Yeah, so right now we're expecting Lei to play rook h1, right? Because she can't hold the pawn. There's no real point in pushing it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's just look at rook h1. I mean, she needs to eliminate that pawn. Yeah. What about b5? Okay,
I think she's got 3 candidates, right?
Yeah.
Rook g1, rook h1, and b5.
Okay, actually, Huevos, you're totally right. b5. Let's try that.
Okay.
Pawn takes, yeah. I guess pawn takes, and rook.
I kind of want to run the h pawn now.
Let's go rook a5. I want to get you to go rook b1. I want you passive. But you're not coming along for that, huh?
I think white's gonna ignore that, right? I don't think they can afford to go passive.
Bye, Aliat. Thanks for joining us today. And rook h1, so rook b5.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying my extra pawn's not enough somehow.
I don't really know what's going on. I'm just playing some moves and trying to stay active like you reminded me to do.
Exactly. Well, white is active here. I mean, I can see that technically it's not easy for black because of the activity. Yeah. Well, let's go back.
Yeah. I mean, I would still think that, black's got stuff to play for here with rook b1 and stuff. It's not obvious to me.
Yeah.
Okay, here's rook a2.
So okay, b5. Pawn takes. Is there something better that black can play? Maybe rook a5 wasn't the best. So after so there's no c5, right? c5 is just
c5 takes, knight takes. I don't see what we're doing.
Yeah, probably not. C5 is kind of interesting. Let's try it. Let's check out that rook ends game.
Oh, you're just going to trade to take the a pawn.
Yep, because I am actually up like a large number of one pawn here.
Yeah.
And your pawns are a little separated. I'm about to go rook b4. My rook is pretty good. And my pawns, you can't quite get to them so easily. But I guess, David, maybe you just go rook c1. But then I go h5. Like, I feel like I'm still making you suffer a bit, right? Actually,
okay,
if I
rook
go
c1, you want to get rid of this.
Yeah, if I go rook b4, let's talk about that for a second. I mean, I do think this position is a theoretical draw. So, like, if I were black, like I take the pawn on b5, you take on h6. I wouldn't really want to go in this direction. Like, this is one of those scenarios, guys, when you're down a pawn in the rook endgame, but it is a draw. So black needs to go for something, more unbalanced than this.
Which is why you want to try h5 here.
Yeah,
trying to hold the pawn sort of cross court. White's going to have like f4, but then you have h3.
Yeah.
And the king's comfortably covering the b pawn, and I think white's approaching a loss here.
Yeah, because the h pawn is still on the board, right? And that's actually
Yeah.
really significant. Yeah.
Starting to tie white down as it gets this far. So yeah, I don't know if we would even play rook h1 against h5 since it's kind of walking into h4. I think one thing you might try to do here is while the king's cut off on the c file, use your b pawn as a decoy for this rook and then go after the h pawn.
Yeah, and after rook b4, rook c7, and rook h7, right? Or like that. Yeah. I have some tricks here, David, like rook b5.
Yeah, you maybe had like a much cleaner.
Yeah, I just like rook c7
idea.
d6, rook h7.
And then on h4, b7.
Yeah.
Followed by rook takes h4 or just sitting around.
Well, Mackie was asking, well, first of all, guys, the more pawns you're leaving on the board when you're trying to win, the better it is. And that h3 pawn, like we can go back to that line, David, when that h3 pawn was on the board, you know, that one with the little trick.
Yeah.
You guys have a lot of questions, which is good. Yeah, endgames definitely are confusing, right? So the idea here is that you might be able to basically win the b pawn without ever losing the h pawn. That would leave you up 2 pawns. So the h pawn, the point is that it's alive. It can't be taken, obviously, because of the skewer here. And that's what we're trying to do. Like if you go rook b1, trying to support your pawn, I'll just go king c7, right? And I will be using my king to block your pawn. But remember, like my h pawn is still on the board. I don't know if king c7 is the best move, but it makes sense, right? So yeah, there's a real risk that eventually you could lose the b pawn and still not have captured the h pawn. And that is why we liked this line for black.
Yeah.
But
I think another good move for black might be h2 right here. That might be evil. Because you're getting out of the range of
b4. Okay.
We're getting out of the range of the white king, and we've got rook b4.
So show that line, b6 and rook b4. So black is right. And actually, and then after rook h1, hold on, don't tell us. Put the rook on h1. No, on h1.
Sorry.
Now chat. What should black play here? Let's see if we have learned something about this endgame to figure out this question. So the h2 pawn is under attack. What should black do? Should they take on b6? Should they do something else? So rook b2 says Augusto. Yeah, that would be my choice, Augusto. I would play rook b2 because I really just want to save that pawn. So we're not doing a trade of pawns, guys. I'm going to use my king to deal with the b pawn. And when you go b7, I'm going to go king c7. And I'm going to win the b pawn with the king while I kept the h pawn on the board. So you see, guys, you know, that's really the dream for black, right? Is to keep the h pawn alive if possible. But anyway, we kind of went a little far in this line.
But the good news is she played b5 and c5. So what we're looking at is relevant. Actually, they're headed in that direction. They're trading things on c5 right now.
Let's take a look. So B5, Maria did play c5, yeah?
Oh no, she took on b5, not c5.
Okay. Oh, she went for this. Well, we also, I think we mentioned this move for a second, didn't we, David? And what were we planning? I think we were just going rook h1, and we were saying that,
rook h1 to h6 here.
It's pretty hard for white to win this position.
Yeah, trading pawns.
Maria totally ruined her advantage now. Well, you know, that's tough luck, guys. Yeah. She was a lot better. It's not as easy as it looks to win that position. Like we tried without the assistance of the engine to kind of maneuver around and figure out something convincing. And I don't think we ever really quite found it, right? Like she's always better, but like some sort of convincing thing where you can fix your edge was not so obvious. And Lei, to her credit, has been defending really well.
Yeah, I mean, extremely impressive. I don't know if I can stress that enough. Like when, like the phrasing there of like Maria ruined her advantage or something like that. Normally, I feel like it is in the person's court who has the advantage, right? That they can, you know, press their advantage or not. And if they don't win, that they've blown it. But here it almost feels like Lei just performed magic and created defensive resources out of a terrible position.
Yeah, I mean, like she made some far from obvious decisions, like B takes C6 and B4. So she gave up that bishop for the knight, undoubling Black's pawns. I mean, that was so far from obvious. This idea of creating the outside A pawn, playing knight D3, sacking a pawn there. No, she actually defended really well in this part. So, you know, this is how it goes, guys. Like sometimes you wonder like how strong players, like she had such a nice end game and she got completely outplayed. And then she was, you know, staring at a very ugly position. But then, you know, when you're a strong player, then it's like you get that next part where you're like, okay, well now I'll start defending. At least I'll do that part well. And that's what she's showing us in this game, that she's got, you know, she's got those strengths to her game. She's a good defender.
Yeah. Incredible. Now, if it were a game of mine and I didn't see that eval bar, I would still think I was going to lose as white. But for good reason, I would think that Lei has a lot more confidence in her endgames than I have in mine.
Yeah,
so she may be feeling like she's got a pretty good chance.
Yeah. So I probably would be feeling pretty decent. I mean, I guess, yes, I know without the eval bar, it's a lot harder, but just overall, the pawns are coming off the board. That's a good sign, right, David? And the pawns are really in just one side of the board now, which we know is easier for the knight to handle. And the rook is activating, and you're finally defended your two weaknesses, the two weaknesses really well in D4 and F3. So white's harmony is looking pretty good. They're not going to have any bad pieces. So really the only problem is the material, right? But let's actually take a look. Rook B5, Rook H6, and Rook B1. Like why, how exactly is white going to draw it?
All right. Put it up there. One idea might be to harass with the rook. Like either you get checked or your pawn on E6 is not being defended by the rook or something.
All right, so Rook B1 and Rook H7, King C6. That's what you're doing. Yeah, you are just attaching yourself to that E6 pawn.
Yeah, I'm trying to be tough. Normally, I just fall apart.
Wonder if I crushed notice. I didn't say anything after white played B4. Bird reminds me, what was I supposed to notice? Oh gosh, is that our Bird? Is that you, Chris? I had no idea.
Chris Bird, yes,
I honestly look, I'm so obtuse. I mean, that I did not cross my mind that Bird International Arbiter was our international arbiter, Chris Bird from the U.S. Championship. Well, it's really good to see you here, Chris. Yeah, that's cool. Right. White played B4.
That's why he was promising to limit.
Joke there.
He was promising to limit how much he talks about the Armageddon game or something like that earlier. It's like, I'm not going to talk to you about it all day today.
All right. So basically, this is the idea, David, right? Just like, how does Black save this E6 pawn?
Yeah. And just an update. I mean, I guess people can see it because we've got a live board, but Rook B1 has just been played. Now Rook H7 is being played.
Oh, wow. It's really close to a draw.
E8.
I mean, okay. So she went to E8, and what's her idea? Is she able to escape the checks? I guess that's what she's trying to do. So if Rook H6, she's going King F7, Rook H7, King G6. Let's try that, David. So after King
Here's
G6,
her idea to try
where
and
does this
squeeze
rook
the
go?
rook out of space.
Rook D6. D7, I mean.
Yeah, harass the piece, because if the knight ever gets to e5 or f4, that often provides another jolt of counterplay for white. And this thing's not anchored. In fact, where is it even going? Like h2? Yeah, h2. That's my move.
Yeah, bishop h2. Okay. So what now for white? Well, white hasn't managed to win back the pawn yet. Knight e5 is not a great move because the rook endgame is pretty bad. Knight f4, and I suppose on knight f4, I mean, you could even take it and you're still better. Knight f4, let's just try it. I mean, you can go king f6, but I'm curious about this endgame of the rook endgame. What about bishop takes f4? Let's just try it. Like, how bad is
I'm a
this?
little
Like
afraid
king
of
f6
king
here.
e5, right?
King f6.
King f6.
Man, it still feels like black is pressing here. People have won positions with much less than that. Okay. Let's go back a little bit, David. Let's go back to the position we see in front of us.
All right, so we'll go back to rook h. No, sorry. Go back to king e8.
That's what she's thinking.
Maybe if you're going to end up playing like knight f4 anyway, maybe you should play a move like knight f4 now with the king on the back rank.
Right. Knight f4, but then there's rook e1, and you're going to go king d2 or king f2. Yeah,
and then knight e6, but maybe rook b3 would force us back, and then black's making progress. So, okay, so I can't play knight f4 here. That's a mistake.
Okay, let's not go knight f4.
Sorry about that.
So Hans is actually playing in the World Team Championship in Jerusalem. That's cool. Yeah, that's an event that's coming up, guys. The U.S. is not sending its strongest team to the World Team Championship like it usually doesn't. Like this event is just totally ignored by most of the top players in the world, despite the fact that it has this sort of promise of featuring the best national teams from around the world in a smaller, more elite competition than the Olympiad, but it gets so much less attention than the Olympiad. It's not even comparable.
But it's been a great place. It's been a great place because of that for Shankland, Robson, Sevian, and Lenderman to get some top flight experience.
That's true, right? It's given a chance for our players who are a bit below the very elite in the world to go and play. So, yeah, I mean, it's still a really strong tournament, and it's just not going to have Caruana, Nakamura, and Wesley. So that's going to happen in Jerusalem. And that's, I really wanted them to have the women's world team there as well. And unfortunately, I discovered that it was not being held there, but I would have been
So that's
very happy
again
to go.
separate venues, separate dates for the events?
Yeah, separate dates, separate venues. I mean, it's, I think last time it was held in Spain. I really should have just been all together. It would be so much better. It's more interesting too for the players, right? Just in terms of socializing. The more players there are, the better. When you have a small women's tournament, it's you're really limited. I mean, who are you going to talk to other than your teammates?
Yeah, like this candidates event, it's all work and no play, right? I mean, they're just prepping. There's nobody else.
Yeah. I mean, I guess the Muzychuk sisters, they got each other for company.
Yeah.
Which is nice for them, I think.
Okay, she's played f4 here.
All right. Well, the engine seems to love that move. And I guess the idea of it is that you're really restricting the bishop, David. And I think you just want to go knight, if I understand anything, which I'm not, not super confident.
You're not going to guarantee.
Yeah, it's not a guarantee. But I think you want to go knight e5, which is going to put the knight on such a position that it's hard to ignore. And then when they take you take with the f pawn, and because the king is cut, I do think that should be a drawn rook endgame.
Yeah, the rook endgame's unwinnable if the king's just permanently trapped on the back rank.
Yeah, it's in Israel, an oddly controversial place to choose a tournament. Well, actually, there's quite a number of tournaments held in Israel. For a chess location, I wouldn't say it's too controversial. I mean, we've had Libya, we've had Iran over the last couple of decades. We've had someplace in Russia whose name I can't remember because it's Kabardino-Balkaria. There you go. I mean, so, there's a lot more obscure places. I mean, when I say Israel, actually, what I mean is like Israel is a strong chess country with a lot of grandmasters. And when I said, Libya and Iran, well, okay, Iran actually these days is, a very strong chess country, but Libya was certainly not known for its chess traditions back in 2004 when they had the world championship there.
Yeah. And also I think, you're with the knight on e5. One other point is that can strengthen, rook h8, rook h7 kind of things. The king might have nowhere to go with a few more squares taken away from him. So I do start to see the picture of a draw here.
We forgot to mention Saudi Arabia. I mean, hey guys, that one is certainly up there with more controversial locations. In fact, it was so controversial that the Muzychuk sisters refused to play there, and Anna Muzychuk was quite public in her decision not to go to play in Saudi Arabia. But I did go there, so that was I made that choice, a little adventurous choice. And one of our audience says that we didn't mention f4, so they just thought it was a bad move. No, honestly, guys, it's not a bad move, and we just didn't occur to me at all to put that pawn there.
Yeah. I mean, I can go even further and say this. Almost none of Lei's moves occurred to me. I mean, other than some of the recaptures and some really obvious moves. But I mean, she's played maybe approaching 10 moves in this endgame that I wouldn't have considered, much less, successfully chosen.
Yeah.
So
no, f4 was quite cool. Let's see. Let's put knight e5 on the board. I mean, I suppose, David, there's some kind of knight c5 move, but knight c5 is actually, I mean, unnecessary probably, but has a certain point to it. But let's go knight e5. Let's go knight e5 and see what's happening there.
Yeah.
Now, can you just ignore me and go b4? That's the question.
Right.
And now, how do I make problems for you? Do I start checking you because you can't really go to f7 anymore, and you can never go to f6 because you're going to get mated from rook f7? So I start checking you, don't I? And I just check you again.
You just never stop. So
you show why you can't go up.
Show why I can't go up. I'll show why I can't turn a corner around this structure.
Yeah, show that. It's important.
Oof.
So basically it looks like we got the black king trapped in a net where we can perpetual him, right? That's the idea. Maybe. Now if I get your king out far enough. Well,
here there's this famous pattern.
Oh wow, I get a draw like that. That's pretty cool, David.
Boom! The most famous rook and knight pattern of them all.
Yeah, that's a draw with a perpetual check with the knight, because the king can never go to d8. It can never run to d8 because of rook d7.
Yeah, a little bonus feature. Normally this pattern is seen with the rook on d7, and that's what keeps the king in this little box here. But here it's the bishop's position that gives us this.
Yeah, so I guess knight e5 is the right move, but let's try to look at knight c5. Let's try that one.
She played rook h6 though.
Oh, she played rook h6. Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah. Here's one little detail about it that occurs to me immediately, which is last time we tried going rook h6, rook h7, king g6, rook d7, and the bishop escaped to h2.
Right.
Now it's got less
Yeah, 95
less
is coming,
territory.
right?
So now it's going like here. And I think one of your options, 95 might be totally safe, but is one option just to, chase it forever? Rook b7, rook d7.
Put the commentator board on the side. Well, that's interesting. Finesse has an interesting idea about the
Has some suggestions
better
for production.
Yeah, better viewing experience. All right. So Go Humpy says, Go Fat Dragon. But yes, Humpy's game is done. Just, for the day, she did draw, which I think was a fine result for her in a way. Wasn't the most it wasn't the most exciting game in the world, but that's what we could see from the opening.
Yeah.
Let's see.
All right, we're getting some moves.
I'm getting moves. All right, let's see.
Checking, coming around that corner, but I think just rook back to h6.
She is really latched onto this pawn.
Yeah.
And I guess, David, going b4, giving up the pawn and going b3 is just a bit much. Let's try it. I'm sure there's even king d2 there if you need. b4, rook e6,
so rook e6,
b3,
king here.
Yeah. And bringing the king around seems like a pretty decent idea.
Yeah. King and knight are in position for that last pass pawn. Easy hold at this point.
Yeah. No, Lei has defended super well. And I do feel, Maria's kind of disappointment that she could not make this harder for Lei. But
yeah. I'm surprised. The defense was so good. Now I don't even know how black should have pushed the advantage. I might try to practice this position once or twice myself.
Yeah, it was so far from obvious. We saw that black seemed to be like dominating, but we can go back to that moment and figure it out. Actually, David. Let me see if I can actually download that game. And we're going to improve the quality of our analysis, David, through magic.
Yeah? Grandmaster magic.
Yeah, I still have that Sevion game up under analysis. Okay, so let me actually bring that up and see what was that key moment.
They're repeating moves for sure. For sure. They have just repeated. All these positions have been repeated twice at this point. So like if king c6, rook h6 might already be a draw. King c6, rook h6. No, the king was coming from e8 the first time.
Yeah, well, we're going to come back and show you guys where Maria could have played this better. That will be, I think, an instructive moment. Would I say all the people going to the events to watch just the players' boards are casuals or stupid? I love that question. Oh, you're so funny. Okay. Yeah, they're absolutely. It must be that latter choice. Well, personally, guys, I love sitting at home and watching great commentary, and they just made a draw. Yeah, all right. So
here we can see the players signing the score sheets.
Yeah, Lei did some magic, I think, to defend this position, guys. Really tough game. Tough defense for her, but she should feel good psychologically. Maria should feel, good psychologically that she was out prepared in the opening and actually managed to outplay her opponent from a worse position. And on the other hand, she's also probably left feeling some disappointment that she had such a big advantage and did not win. And now we want to show you guys where she could have won. So David, let's go to move 43. This was the critical move of the game. And it seems like up until that point, she did everything right. So when the bishop went to b5, I mean, who knew that taking the knight and undoubling the pawns and going b4 was going to be so strong? I honestly don't blame her for not, evaluating that. But there's a few ways to win. Now, there was that knight b4 move you mentioned, David, which is attacking the a2 pawn. Frankly, looks really hard to understand, but the idea is that you're going into the corner, right? So that was I would say that's more like the computer version of winning. I suppose it's possible to find it. I mean, it's not like super difficult calculation, but always going into a square like a2 is unusual. It turns out that they can't really cover c3 so well. But let's try like a more human approach, knight e7, right? Which is also a good move for black. Now we're trying to go to those light squares on the king side. So I was concerned about bishop d3 here. And now the computer is just improving the position with a move like h5 and really just says, black is just dominating, like huge position where I'm improving my pawn, I'm restricting your knight, and you can barely do anything, right? Like your rook has no open files it can go to, your knight can't move, like nothing moves. You're in zugzwang. So it's kind of incredible. Like she should have left white's light squared bishop on the board because the bishop's not serving that much of a purpose. And as you can see, she can't even put her knight on d3 here. So let's say we play a move like what random move could we play? I mean, if you play b4, you might even lose a pawn from that. So it's just even hard for white to find anything to do. Like a4. Moves. Let's go a4.
Okay.
Right. So let's say after a4, we are then going bishop g5. All right. So the idea is that we want to go bishop f6. We want to attack the pawn from that side. I mean, and let's say there is bishop, I don't know, I'm going to just stay. Well, the moment I go bishop c2, you would just go, knight c6, and then I can't even go bishop b5. So like the problem is basically that white is in zugzwang. You're playing on domination. Like you're saying that white's pieces are so terrible and you're just going to keep improving yours. So I do find this to be a tough kind of miss for Maria because, how could she have known that king e7 was going to be such a second-rate move, right? But it does make sense to me. The knight on e7 just seems to have more potential than the bishop, and white has like nothing active to do.
It's true. It's not a very good bishop at the moment. It's kind of sick how you can alternate between the two directions and then almost zugzwang white out here.
Yeah, I mean, d4 is a weakness, and at this point, white is just, the computer is already like suggesting moves that, when you play bishop g5, they're going things like, I don't know, I was looking at, they go like h4, they try to like give away a pawn.
I was gonna say, if I broaden my horizon and try and think like Lei did, look for like surprising moves to.
But the problem is we don't take the pawn,
just swing it around.
David. We just go bishop f6 and we just focus on the other pawn.
Yeah. Well, now I have to bring this back, right?
Yeah, but then so you either give up c6 or f5. Like this is the zugzwang position, yeah.
All right, and now the knight can just come.
And that's it. It's over.
Wandering over
without even letting white move at all. So
okay, this repositioning of the bishop's really nice. Sort of targeting this. One thing you'll notice in a lot of obstacle-colored bishop endings is that a pawn on d4, it's sort of already dead, right? It's like a foregone conclusion. You can just go pick it up when you want to. And this bishop g5 move finally highlights that.
Yeah, well, it makes sense. I mean, black's pieces were beautiful in this game, so it makes sense that you could play for this kind of domination over white. But it's as after king e7, let's just quickly go through that. It allowed Lei this brilliant defense where she trades the bishop for the knight and goes b4. And then she winds up using the d3 square for her knight. Like over here, that was an amazing move after king d7. Just offering up two different pawns on a2 or h3. all in the service of activating this knight. And basically that active play gave her the draw, guys. So I think that that is a really instructive moment. You know, in chess, we do need to defend actively. Material is not everything. And I think she showed a lot of skill in recognizing that. So yeah, pretty good fight from these players, David. I mean, the opening, you know, went right into the end game from the beginning. So we didn't really expect like a whole lot of fireworks, but we did get 5 hours of a really good fight, guys. And Maria was very close to tying this match, but just did not realize that she should not have allowed her knight to be traded on c6.
Yeah. Yeah, what an impressive performance. In the end, today's scores are 2 draws, leaving Humpy Kaneru and Lei Tingjie each ahead by 1 game. 3 games into the match, it's a best of 4, so that means that the 2 Muzychuk sisters each need to win their game 4 if they want to advance. And tomorrow will be those game 4s. Both of the Muzychuks will have white, and we'll see if they can make more progress against the Petrov perhaps than they did in round 2, where the Petrov held tough.
Yeah, and David, Illusion is asking us if we stream, and he would love to watch. Now, I know you're much more of a streamer than I am, right? So do you want to tell people about your channel?
Yeah, I think somebody put the link in chat. So yeah.
What kind of things do you stream, David? I mean, like about the content.
I mean, we try to stream a variety of things on the principle that, you know, different things are interesting to different people at different times. One of the most common things that we do is we look at sort of amateur or club players' games. We host tournaments for our viewers, and then we comment on their games while they play and stuff like that.
Oh, wow. That's really interactive, yeah?
Yeah.
I don't know anyone else that does that.
Yeah, like a pretty typical thing you could see on our channel would be, you know, 1500 versus 1500, 1800 versus 1800, and then, you know, what are the, you know, strengths and weaknesses, and
who do you do it with? You said our channel. Like, are you working with other people on it?
Yeah, I share the channel with Jesse and Kostya.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, we've been doing that for a couple of years together.
That's nice. Fun. Where is Jesse these days, by the way? We're talking about Grandmaster Jesse Cry.
Yeah, he's in Baltimore.
Still in Baltimore. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's nice. I haven't seen Jesse in a few years. So the content is great for improvers. Yes. And all right. We see there's Gotham Chess posts 600 versus 600. And you just have to think how to make your channel as popular as Gotham Chess, right, David? What do you need to do? Introduce like chess boxing or?
I don't think we necessarily need to be that popular. We've usually got about 100 people watching at a time, and that makes it feel like it's worth my time. If, you know, 100 people are learning from the lesson or enjoying one of our more funny shows, or we do like a podcast. We talk about different topics.
Yeah, cover more women's events. I guess that's something I should do, right? But I mean, honestly, guys, I feel like chess.com has been doing a great job in covering the top female tournaments in the world, and of course the St. Louis Chess Club. So it's not like the top tournaments for women are not being covered these days. Actually got no real complaints about that. I think we have great coverage of them, even and from FIDE as well. They had great coverage on the FIDE Grand Prix, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. So, folks, we're going to leave you with no controversy and just good feelings. Irina's got no
as hard as Irina has tried to make a bunch of innuendos, but David has managed to bypass them all.
No full criticism to come out of us on anything today. We had a great time today. The match was great. And, you know, good luck to all the players tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, guys, it was a pleasure commentating for you to be spending these 5 hours analyzing with you, David. And I will be back tomorrow, guys, for the final game of 4 of the women's candidates. And we're going to see both Muzychuk sisters need to win to stay in the match. Are they going to be able to pull it off? See you tomorrow, guys.